Yeah. Yeah.
Super producers.
I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? All polo and some white shoes. Funny thing now is I'm a nice dude, but when you cross that line, it ain't the right move. But my tender bitch is what I like knows. Oh yeah, can you feel that? I'm giving y'all that real rap. I'ma get the money, make the deal fat. Making hits with a steel bat. The Audi Quattro or that Monte Carlo. Which whip will I whip tomorrow? Got 6 chicks down to sip the bottle. Go coast to coast, I can ship the cargo. I don't really know if these people keep it real. I'm just telling all you fuckers how the homie really feel. And I'm looking up to God, can you tell me what's the deal? I'm just waiting for your answer at the altar where I kneel. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? Let me get the money, I see you bitches acting funny, ha. Can't take nothing from me, nah. Rapping blunts like mummies, yeah. We freed the homie when he caught a bid. I roll around, you can't stop the kid. Truth be told, I'm hot as shit. Just say what up when you spot a kid. Real talk, I'm trying to speak the truth. I stay loyal, bro, to my roots. Since 15, I've been in the booth. That's 16, I was on the move. Used to ride in that old Chevy. Now we out here show ready. I can see the bull, you're so petty. You can have your shine, my glow heavy. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh?
We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, British, German, American, have been on a rampage for the past 100 or more years to improve the world. We have given the benefits of our culture, our religion, our technology to everybody. And we have insisted that they receive the benefits of our culture, even our political style, our democracy. You had better be Democrat, or we'll shoot you. And having conferred these blessings all over the place, we wonder why everybody hates us. Because sometimes doing good to others, and even doing good to oneself, is amazingly destructive. Because it's full of conceit. How do you know what's good for other people? We can change society. We can get enormous enthusiasm going out of the idea that there is a revolution afoot, and that this revolution is going to set everything to right. Do you know a revolution that ever set anything to right? Whether the revolution came from the left wing or from the right wing. When we have a great system, and great power to put it into effect, there is always more violence, more bloodshed, more trouble. Diabolical things are done in the name of righteousness. We don't change. We're doing the same thing today, but under different names. We can look back at those people and see how evil that was, but we can't see it in ourselves. So therefore, beware of virtue. We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because all the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. Lao Tzu, the Chinese philosopher, said, the highest virtue is not virtue, and therefore really is virtue. But inferior virtue cannot let go of being virtue, and therefore is not virtue. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We aren't better because we want to be.
You said some things you didn't mean. I'm sure I did that too. Oh, baby. Egos clashing, dreams crashing. Whatever happened to me and you? From lovers to strangers. When everything changes. Oh, baby. When we tear out the pages. And only one word is left. Please let's just be quiet until the next riot. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. What is broken for now. I think we both need to grow so that we need not to know. Maybe doubt, maybe ask, maybe understand at last. From knowing to asking, from tearing to building, from thinking to feeling, from hurting to healing. Please let's just be quiet and let the silence speak. Oh, baby. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. But maybe tomorrow we will know how. Yes, maybe tomorrow we will know how. Oh, maybe tomorrow we will know how.
Dojo, not again.
I'm trying to make my mama proud, that's for sure. Landed in the city, but my heart is on the coast. I don't wanna look back what my life was like before. I just took a red eye, penthouse, top floor. In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh.
Walking on the floor of this site, no one protects me. Wanna show Shawty my heart, she wanna text me. All this love I felt was a curse, I wanna XD. Going crazy, all of my nerves, who does to check me? All this fun, baby, why you gotta leave me on? Had to drop a bag on her when she gone. But I'm running with my click, yeah, they got me till I fall. Complaining for bags worth more than your love. Yeah, yeah. Feel my moment, yeah, yeah. I'm the chosen, yeah, yeah. I'm the one inside.
In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been
to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh, Henny got me wasted. You done cut the yola, I could taste it.
Biting on my swag, you niggas pussy tryna trace it. I don't need your love, I took a perk and I replaced it.
I'ma keep on going till my mama said I made it. Black and yellow, white, I got thotties, different races. Did my dirt, I had a mask, I'm moving faceless.
I got 12 plotting on me, but no cases.
Running from my demons, lacing on my A6. I don't do that fake shit, nah. The way they treat me, they act like I'm feeling them. So I got a script, I was just trying to feel something. Now I'm alone, you don't care, and
In
I
the
feel
stew, I got a
numb.
spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh.
It was beautiful, yeah, together. Even though we planned forever. Days of dreams, nights of talks. It was only us together. The world was ours, nothing out of reach. Imagine where we could be. Our dreams is one, hope brighter than the sun. What could ever stop us? Then it all turned. I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you, never thank you enough. I was down when you met me, but your smile wouldn't let me take down on myself, look down on myself. You told me I could, that I should, I would spread my wings and head for the sky. Then it all turned. I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you, never thank you enough.
Do not come. Do not come.
Okay, this is the most disappointing video I've ever seen. She literally attacked the two things that I like. I'm a Coomer.
just realized that I had Lucid Fox's chat up.
I'm a coomer.
No one was gonna tell me.
I'm a coomer.
Oh man. I always forget to switch back over when I go live. Another thing to add to my go live checklist. Oh my god. I really need to make that. Anyway, hi. Hello. What's up, internet? How's it going? Hope everyone's doing well. I'm pretty good myself, except I got a little sick, so... oh, it was over on Lucid's chat. Like, I had this chat up. It was the wrong chat. It's fine. BGM. What is that?
Wait, are you fucking kidding
27.
me, dude? Oh my god, you are such a pathetic piece of shit. Shame on you. Shame on you, you fucking liar. You fucking filth.
Yeah, the internet's
You
been, like,
fucking
really
absolute
shitty.
dog shit. You
Oh,
fucking
background.
piece
Oh.
of shit. You fucking garbage
I thought you were talking
motherfucker.
about my bit rate.
What a fucking liar.
Um,
Fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
yeah, my bad.
Weasley little shit.
Oh yeah, I had Lucid Fox's and other streamers chat up on screen. It was the wrong chat.
Shit, you fucking garbage motherfucker.
Yeah, I got sick. I don't know, like,
You fucking piece of garbage. You know. These
I started
motherfuckers
getting,
are
like,
such
my last wisdom tooth was, like,
dude.
growing in, right? And then I, like, just got this crazy sore throat,
God, why are you such a
and a little bit of, like, a
horrible
cough.
monster,
So,
dude? Shame
that
on you,
sucks.
and shame on your fucking
I was,
parents.
like, trying to just, like, take a break from streaming, to, like, rest my voice and shit, but
Disgusting, vile piece of
it didn't go away, so,
What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar.
I don't know.
What a fucking Weasley little. Holy shit. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
I hate being sick. I hate it so much. Anyway, how are y'all? Yeah, wasn't either the worst. I wish I had them out when I was still on, like, our parents' like really good fucking work insurance. I don't even remember like why I didn't do it. It's been a long journey. Fucking wisdom teeth. But I will say that my dentist lied to me. All of my dentists have been straight up Weasley little liars, dude. Well, they told me that I needed them out and that they wouldn't grow in because there wasn't space. And like, they're all grown in now. I was worried about the last one because it was like at first kind of coming in sideways, like outward. But it totally straightened out. So like, I don't know. I think my mouth just needed to like grow more. But it was crazy. It like grew in like so suddenly. I don't know what the fuck. I mean, I don't think mine were impacted. Wait, what does that mean? I always mix it up. They were just like not emerged. 3-4 years. The fuck? That reminds me, I need to fucking get like 3 cavities filled. 16 years? Damn. Look at you go. You really showed them. Obviously. Obviously nothing will ever deteriorate your teeth. Yep. I do have pretty good teeth, despite the fact that I didn't take care of them, like, throughout my 20s. Turning into a root canal, God, yeah. They're not bothering me at all, like, so there's that. But I also, like, I can't get into, like, the local clinic that's, like, affordable. So I'm gonna have to pay, like, $300 a pop. Like, I've tried calling them, like, 20 times. They just won't. I've left so many voicemails. Yeah. I think so. I think it was something like that. Maybe I'll have to look at my bill for the last one, but I'm pretty sure. Let me pull it up. It's still on my credit card, so. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's like 200. Yeah. That's okay. A really old digital piano talk to my PC. How in the what? Dude, tech bros are crazy. Y'all doing some crazy stuff. Dude, I forget what it was. There's like a type of music where you hack a Game Boy, I think? Something like that. Music. This? Fuck. Who was telling me about it and I forgot to write it down and look it up. Or no, it wasn't Tofi, it was someone else. Computer? Yeah, there's always an adapter. It's true. Yeah, a lot has changed. "8-bit, yes, thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. Genius. Chiptune. Let's... Was I right? Is that how you do it? Is it something else? Such a vibe. Nintendo. It's so, like, retro-futuristic. That's why I like it. Oh god, hold on. Discord always fucks with my audio, so I'm just gonna. Wait, which one? That's crazy. Yeah, I think we talked about this. Wait, did we talk about this? China's like overseas police stations to like harass Chinese citizens. Oh wait, it was just us talking about that, right? We talked about that off stream. It's fucking crazy. How are you towards oh no? Yes. Yeah. They're really expensive ones too. Guess I wasn't fucking around. I think they help. I don't know. Dude, my computer is like really struggling lately. I don't know how to help it. Like, I straight up don't have any unnecessary tabs open, or like any apps that I don't need. But it's just running so hot.
You put mistakes in the videos.
Control and persuade. Yeah, this is some Big Brother type shit, but I wouldn't be shocked if America does the same damn thing, you know? Not with, like, every citizen, but, like, with certain people. They certainly pay them a visit. I don't have the link, because it's on a compilation. It's Tombo Fry Lost Companion. But I can also link you this if you want. Oh, okay. It's a bot. Yeah. They need to make so many more USB ports. So many more. Yeah, we can read this. This is interesting. I'm curious what the sources are here. Okay. Turn this down. Yeah, it's cut off. Hold on. for you. I will... Wait. Why is that cut off again? Hang on a minute. Is this supposed to be... top, right? Yes? Oh. So much dead space in this one player. Okay, well, let's do that. Well, okay. Beijing has set up more than 100 so-called overseas police stations across the globe to monitor, harass, and in some cases repatriate Chinese citizens living in exile. Using bilateral security arrangements struck with countries in Europe and Africa to gain a widespread presence internationally, a new report shared exclusively with CNN alleges. Exclusive sources, anonymous. I mean, I don't know what I expected. Of course. Right. Yikes. I guess that's how they found, what's his face? Jack Ma? When he was hiding out in Greece? Madrid-based human rights campaigner Safeguard Defenders says it found evidence China was operating 48 additional police stations abroad since the group first revealed the existence of 54 such stations in September. Wonderful. Wonderful. Safeguard Defenders. I have never heard of that. Sounds kinda sussy. It is a not-for-profit human rights organization which monitors disappearances in China. It was co-founded by Michael Castor. Michael Castor. Who's that? Who dat? It's such a specific thing. Human rights advocate and researcher, he was one of the co-founders of the Chinese Urgent Action Working Group. Jesus. Sounds like a hardcore, like, anti-China dude. It makes no sounds. Uh-oh. America does worse stuff for sure. Black sites. Gitmo. Yeah. Our own citizens. That's true. Although, I mean, they do harass people like Julian Assange and Edward Snowden, like... I guess Assange wasn't American. But they're trying to try him in America. I don't know. I don't think you can just, like, be a target of the government and just become an expat if you're American. Like, I don't think that's an option for you. Like, if they want to find you, they're gonna fucking find you. $750 U.S. foreign military bases in 80 nations. Yes. Broke laws technically. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Because, like, what America was doing was already a violation of our rights. As we understood them. So, like, for him to, like, break a law by telling us that, like, it seems so trivial. Yeah. CIA, yeah, definitely no storied histories there. No skeletons in the CIA's closet. Might be a little... Wait, you're being ironic, right? Are you not being sarcastic? I don't... Still trying to figure out who the hell this guy is. He's like pretty well known to not have a Wikipedia. Why? He just doesn't have one. So weird. Okay. Alrighty. Safeguard Defenders, about us. Sure. Sure. Safeguard Defenders is a human rights NGO founded in late 2016 that undertakes and supports local field activities that contribute to the protection of basic rights, promote the rule of law, and enhance the ability of local civil society and human rights defenders in some of the most hostile environments in Asia. At any given time, Safeguard Defenders is running about a dozen programs in target countries. From our small head office in Madrid, Spain, we work with local partners who include teachers, lawyers, local independent media organizations, and civil society organizations engaged in the promotion and protection of human rights and the rule of law. For safety reasons, most staff and partners are kept anonymous, a testament to the severity of human rights situation in target countries. Oh! Okay, well, they might be based. They sound kind of based. I don't know, because it's like Western interventionism, which is usually bad. I don't know. Exclusively on field operations. Security, da-da-da. Fascinating. Okay. This new release dubbed Patrol and Persuade focuses on the scale of the network and examines the role that joint policing initiatives between China and several European nations, including Italy, Croatia, Serbia, and Romania, have played in piloting a wider expansion of Chinese overseas stations than was known until the organization's revelations came out. Among the fresh claims leveled by the group that a Chinese citizen was coerced into returning home by operatives working undercover in a Chinese overseas police station in a Paris suburb, expressly recruited for that purpose, in addition to an earlier disclosure that 2 more Chinese exiles have been forcibly returned from Europe, one in Serbia and the other in Spain. Forcibly returned? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? They literally like cuff him? Did they what? What the fuck? They beat him up? Straight up kidnapped him? Oh my god, dude. The fuck? Who runs the police stations? Safeguard Defenders, which combs open source official Chinese documents for evidence of alleged human rights abuses, said it identified 4 different police jurisdictions of China's Ministry of Public Security, active across at least 53 countries, spanning all 4 corners of the globe, ostensibly to help expatriates from those parts of China with their needs brought. Sure. Just to help. It's just like an embassy. It's like fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. Beijing has denied it is running undeclared police forces outside its territory, with its Ministry of Foreign Affairs telling CNN in November, "We hope that relevant parties stop hyping it up so much to create tensions." Bro. Using this as pretext to smear China is unacceptable. Ah. Stop hyping it up so much. Look, stop bringing so much attention to it. Don't worry about it. Tracked and plotted. They snatched them. Jesus. That's so scary, dude. What the fuck? And they just dump you off, like, anywhere? When you get back to China? Like, what? Stop hyping it up. No. Oh, no, no, no? What? Oh god, is it worse than that? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Stop hyping it up though. Ugh. Instead, China has claimed the facilities are administrative hubs set up to help Chinese expatriates with tasks like renewing their driver's licenses. China has also said the offices were a response to the COVID-19 pandemic, which left many citizens locked down in other countries and walked out of China, unable to renew documentation. Sure. Sure. When approached by CNN last month about Safeguard Defenders' original allegations, China's Foreign Affairs Ministry said the overseas stations were staffed by volunteers. However, the organization's latest report claims one police network it examined had hired 135 people for its first 21 stations. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, you're just hiring cops. That's not volunteers, is it? Uh-oh. Right. Completely controlled. Right. It's so sad. pros and cons. Pros and cons on both sides. Yeah. Where was I? Yes. The organization also hired also sourced a 3-year contract from a worker hired at an overseas station in Stockholm. Undeclared consular activities outside of a nation's official diplomatic missions are highly unusual and illegal, unless a host nation has given their explicit consent. And the Safeguard Defenders report claims China's overseas offices predate the pandemic by several years. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Funny how you saw the COVID pandemic coming. How fortuitous. For a rabbit hole. An accountant on the team. Jesus. The reports have prompted investigations in at least 13 different countries so far and inflamed an increasingly heated diplomatic tussle between China and nations like Canada, home to a large Chinese diaspora. China isn't the only superpower to be accused of employing extrajudicial means to reach targets for law enforcement or for the purposes of political persecution abroad. Russia, for instance, has on 2 occasions been accused of deploying lethal chemical and radioactive substances on British soil to try to assassinate its former spies. Allegations Russia has always denied. Of course they have. They're never gonna admit to that. Canadian engineer Gerard Ball. Noted. In the United States, the CIA was embroiled in a scandal over the extraordinary rendition of terrorism suspects from the streets of Italy to Guantanamo Bay after 9/11. Yet, the suggestion of wide-scale repression of Chinese citizens in foreign countries comes at a pivotal time for a nation contending with its own unrest at home. Amid fatigue at a country's restrictive zero-COVID policy, that's not true anymore. They lifted that, like, quite a few weeks ago. Maybe even a couple of months ago. True as leader Xi Jinping's 3rd term in power gets underway. Last week, China indicated it would loosen some of the pandemic restrictions 3 years after the onset of COVID. Oh, so this must be old. Yeah, December 4th of last year. Okay. As the 2nd largest economy in the world, China has developed a deepening relationship with many of the countries where the new police stations have been allegedly found, raising awkward questions for national governments, balancing commercial interests against national security. Dude, I don't think I can finish this. This is really interesting, though. You want to finish reading this on your own. I can't be losing my voice already. Holy link. $2,000. What? Yeah. Most robberies, you just leave a few thousand behind to throw them off the scent.
Sup, you beautiful bastards! Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. Friendly reminder, you're getting a brand new video every single day this week, so make sure you come back. But I got a great show for you today, so buckle up, hit that like button, and let's just jump into it. Sam Levinson, the creator of Euphoria, is working on a new show for HBO that is apparently so risque that it makes Euphoria look like Barney and Friends. So the new show is called The Idol, and it's already been...
Oh no. Oh no. Oh god. Oh why? What the fuck? Why do they keep doing this shit? Tell me why.
being described as torture porn. And as far as details, the show, right, it's created by Sam Levinson, as well as The Weeknd and Riza Fahim. It stars Lily Rose Depp as a pop star who begins a turbulent relationship with a self-help guru and cult leader played by The Weeknd. Also, other big names are attached to it, including Troye Sivan and Blackpink's Jennie Kim. You know, The Idol, it's a highly anticipated show for HBO, but a Rolling Stone report speaking to 13 cast and crew members claims that the production was a mega shit show. With Amy Seimetz, the original director for the series, apparently leaving the show after around 80% of it had already finished filming. Reports at that time saying The Idol would be moving in a different creative direction. But sources saying not only was there a massive creative turn, but also she was set up to fail given half-written scripts, inexperienced staff, and an impossible schedule. And so once there's a filming break, Amy leaves, with Levinson then taking over and apparently scrapping the $54 to $75 million show that was nearly finished to rewrite and reshoot the whole thing. With Rolling Stone saying he apparently took the show from a story about a starlet fighting to have autonomy in a predatory industry and do, quote, a degrading love story with a hollow message that some involved even found offensive. With one crew member saying it went from satire to the thing it was satirizing, and another adding it was like any rape fantasy that any toxic man would have in the show, and then the woman comes back for more because it makes her music better. But it's also worth noting that in a 2022 Deadline report, it was revealed that The Weeknd was also behind some changes as he was unhappy with the show's direction, apparently concerned that the show leaned too far into a female perspective by focusing on Depp's character rather than his, with a source telling Rolling Stone that Levinson was on board with The Weeknd's plan to make the show more about him. But you had crew members saying that Levinson's rewrites turned into a show about a man who gets to abuse this woman and she loves it. Rolling Stone also going on to share the premises of two scenes that were apparently never shot, including one where The Weeknd beats Depp's face and she asks to be beaten more, giving The Weeknd an erection.
I'm sorry, what the fuck? Yo, this is hella fucked up. Philly, what the fuck? Yo, did he really not put a trigger warning on this at all? Just no content warning or anything. Cool, 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 cool. Robbery theory. What? Huh? Yeah, I mean, maybe not in chat, but I am curious.
There's also another where Depp's character was going to carry an egg in her vagina, and if she dropped it, The Weeknd's character would refuse to rape her, even though Depp's character begged to be raped. But even with those two apparently not shot, sources say that by and large, Levinson dramatically ramped up the explicit content. And that, it does appear to be in line with a lot of criticism that he's received over nudity in Euphoria. Or we've seen in the past actresses like Sydney Sweeney previously saying she asked to dial back her character's nude scenes, but also adding that Levinson always respected her choices. Other actors also having similar experiences as well. But there you have many saying even though Levinson has respected those requests, it's still noteworthy that multiple actors had to ask for nudity to be toned down, especially since some critics have condemned it for having too much, calling it unrelentingly explicit and provocation for the sake of it. Right, with that show not just kind of pushing the envelope with sex, but also making tons of headlines around Zendaya's plotline, her character being a teen that's struggling with drug addiction. With that aspect and her story being praised, both for its honesty but also being condemned by others for its potential to market dangerous behavior to teens. So there, Zendaya defended the show against criticisms that it glamorizes drugs. I would also agree. There's nothing about the drug use on that show that makes me go, yeah, that seems like a good idea. But going back to this controversy around the show Idol, it is notable to say that Lily Rose Depp has...
It's not going to be a cute story. Yeah, I mean, the problem is not that it's not cute. You can tell, like, difficult stories in, like, a tasteful way. Like, I don't know. That was clearly, like, just from those excerpts alone, you can tell it was, like, fetishizing rape, which is just, like, really fucked up. Right.
also defended Levinson in today's Rolling Stone piece. But despite that, today Levinson was still the #2 trending topic on Twitter, with people saying things like Sam Levinson is just a porn addict with too much money. You're not.
Yeah. Got an erection from her asking to be beaten more. Which, is, yeah, egregious. Indeed.
A twisted genius for writing torture porn with Riverdale plots. And others saying he's not only a bad writer, he's abusive, expensive, and irresponsible. Now, with all that said, as far as my opinion, I don't have one on this story yet. And that's because in general, I don't like to try to form opinions based on things I haven't seen, which is, I think, a really unfortunate thing we often see when it comes to entertainment, right? Movies, TV shows, stuff like that. Right? Sometimes the criticism or the outrage, it's right on the money. Other times, it's so fucking random and misplaced. So for me, personally, I'm gonna wait to see, but if you have thoughts on this, I'd love to hear from you in those comments down below. And then, people are absolutely furious with Volkswagen right now because reportedly they wouldn't help police locate a missing boy. Right, so it all started last week.
I mean, yeah. It's hard. I feel like it's just like the one kink that's not okay. I mean, one of the few that's not okay. Gotta draw the line fucking somewhere, you know? Like, I don't know. Especially like, just like giving the illusion that like, oh, like she wants it, like just reinforcing that, like it's so fucking toxic.
Week we had this mom just north of Chicago unloading her kids from the car. Takes one kid into the house, the other one's left in the car for a few seconds. But in those few seconds, a BMW pulls into the driveway, and when the mom approaches her car, a man steps out, hits her to the ground before getting into her 2021 Volkswagen and driving off with her kids still in the car. And to make matters even worse, she was 6 months pregnant and she got run over, causing serious injuries to her extremities. But that brings us to where Volkswagen allegedly fucked up. The police contact the company to use its CarNet GPS navigation system to try and track where the missing car and kid went. However, turns out that is a premium feature and costs about $150, and the owner had not.
Ain't no fucking way, dude. Ain't no way. Right. For sure. Dude, that's crazy.
Opted in, leading the sheriff's office to claim that VW would not track the vehicle with the abducted child until they received payment to reactivate the tracking device in the stolen Volkswagen. And so understandably, people were pissed at the company, with commenters saying they were appalled by Volkswagen's actions. Although some on Twitter were also concerned about privacy, with one user saying, of course they should have cooperated, but this is also a slippery slope for cops to access cars electronically. The major issue with that argument, though, is the fact that the mother actually wanted her car and child found. Right? It's not like the police were trying to abuse their power here. And as far as what Volkswagen has had to say about the incident, they said they have a procedure in place with a third-party provider for CarNet support services involving emergency requests from law enforcement. And adding they have executed this process successfully in previous incidents, but saying unfortunately in this instance there was a serious breach of process. And so with that, they say they're addressing the issue, though it's also unclear what a serious breach of process actually means. But the good news in this situation is that the abducted 2-year-old is now safe and sound, because about 10 miles from the home, the BMW and VW pulled into a parking lot and abandoned the kid, with business owners then noticing and calling the police, and the VW was also found shortly afterwards. But also with this, police are still looking out for the BMW, so if you live in the North Chicago area, keep an eye out for this janky-ass white BMW with a fucked up rear bumper. Because remember, in addition to the outrage of VW, a child being abducted, a car being stolen, a fucking pregnant woman got run over. I'm glad the kid's safe and sound, but the people responsible for this are fucking scumbags. And then, so this may sound weird to you, but Greta Thunberg's actually protesting against green energy right now, with a world-famous climate activist joining hundreds of others outside government buildings in Oslo, Norway to protest against wind turbines. Or because there are 2 wind farms in central Norway whose 151 turbines stretched.
When I saw this story, I was so worried. I was like, oh god, no. The right wing got to Greta. She's against climate, like green things now. Like what happened to her, girl? What happened? But no, she was still being very based, because it's like a land back protest.
reach nearly 300 feet high, putting them among the largest onshore wind farms in all of Europe. But the farms and the infrastructure required to support them encroach on and disturb land belonging to the Sami people, the only officially recognized indigenous group in the European Union, with the Sami arguing that the construction endangers their centuries-old lifestyle of reindeer grazing and herding, as well as stealing their land. And this dispute actually goes back, with Norway's Supreme Court ruling in late 2021 that the wind farm permits were actually invalid because they violated protected cultural rights. But despite that, the government just never acknowledged the ruling and nothing's changed. So you have Greta demanding the turbines be torn down, telling Reuters, indigenous rights, human rights must go hand in hand with climate protection and climate action. That can't happen at the expense of some people. And this morning you had Greta and 9 others being carried away from the finance ministry by police. But with whatever happens here, it also raises broader concerns about what climate activists have called the just transition, or basically the idea that we can move away from fossil fuels in one of two ways. One, by running over indigenous, non-white, and poor people the world over, or two, by safeguarding the rights of those most vulnerable to rapid, large-scale changes in the world economy. And I mean, if a country like Norway, which generated 90% of its electricity through hydropower and wind in 2020, is struggling with just transition, I mean, who is gonna succeed? At least with the just part. And then the Supreme Court's gonna kill Biden's plan to erase more than $400 billion in student debt for over 40 million Americans. Or at least that's what the High Court's conservative majority seemed to indicate yesterday during oral arguments. Or because there's two cases seeking to repeal Biden's plan to forgive $10,000 in debt for those earning less than $125,000 a year, and for $20,000 Pell Grant recipients. And as far as the specifics, the first case was brought by a group of 6 Republican-led states that argue that Biden does not have the authority to implement this plan without congressional approval. And that is something that 6 conservative justices on the Supreme Court appeared to support, with them specifically zeroing in on what's known as the Major Questions Doctrine, which states that the executive branch needs congressional authorization to make sweeping policy changes. And Chief Justice John Roberts saying,
I think most casual observers would say if you're going to give up that much amount of money, if you're going to affect the obligations of that many Americans on a subject that's of great controversy, they would think that's something for Congress to act on.
And this Major Questions Doctrine is something that the court's conservatives have invoked a number of times recently. This including limiting the EPA's ability to fight climate change, as well as to strike down a number of COVID-related policies like the federal eviction moratorium and workplace vaccine mandates. But solicitor—
God damn it, we're so fucked. We're so fucked. Can we please just get rid of this bullshit? Like, fair ruling? What do you mean?
General Elizabeth Prelogar, who is representing the Biden administration, hit back by arguing that Congress had already given the executive branch this kind of authority when it passed the 2003 Higher Education.
Like, Trump did like 50,000 fucking executive orders. Not one of those bullshits got challenged by the Supreme Court that I know of. Like, not even one. Popcorn sounds so good. Oh my god. Watch the world burn. For real.
Relief opportunities for students Act. Right under that federal law, usually called the HEROES Act, Congress gave the Education Secretary the power to waive or modify any statutory or regulatory provision in order to protect borrowers impacted by a war or other military.
What do you mean? I mean, yeah, he shouldn't have been, but like, he's probably going to get reelected, and he's probably going to continue doing sweeping executive orders that he doesn't exactly have the authority to do, but everyone just obeys him anyway. And no one's going to question it because it's a conservative Supreme Court, like 3 of which he installed himself. So, yeah, we're fucked. It's only going to be like this for Democratic presidents, like, yeah. It is, fascist hours. It is 60 seconds to midnight.
Military operation or national emergency. And that claim seemed to get support from the court's 3 liberal justices, with Justice Kagan arguing that Congress was explicit in its intentions for the HEROES Act.
Congress could not have made this much more clear. We deal with congressional statutes every day that are really confusing. This one is not.
So that was the first case, and as far as the second case, that one's very different, right? That one was actually brought by 2 borrowers, one who didn't qualify for the debt relief because her loans weren't held by the government, and another who was only eligible for $10,000 worth of loan forgiveness instead of $20,000 because he didn't have a Pell Grant. With those 2 arguing that they were left out because the administration just didn't seek public input for the program, and because they were denied a chance to urge officials to expand the debt relief, no one should be able to have it. And if their argument there, it sounds like bullshit to you, you're not alone, with both both conservative and liberal justices expressing skepticism about the argument. But the conservative justices did use this as an opportunity to argue that the loan forgiveness program was unfair because it doesn't benefit everyone. And to make that point, Chief Justice Roberts presented a hypothetical situation where one person took out a loan to go to college and another took out a loan to start a lawn care business. And with that,
okay, then help the lawn care business guy too. Help everybody. I don't care. How about you subsidize business loans? I don't know. You probably already do.
Asking, is it fair for the second person to essentially subsidize the loan for the first person through taxes? With that, you had Justice Kagan arguing that doesn't matter.
Congress passed a statute that dealt with loan repayment for colleges, and it didn't pass a statute that dealt with loan repayment for lawn businesses.
And that also echoed by Justice Sotomayor, who argued that there is an inherent unfairness in society because we're not
unofficial transfer of constitutional obligations from one branch of government to another as a part of a mundane creep. Part of a mundane creep. What? The more relevant legal decision is they did delegate powers not reasonably foreseeable at the time of the bill's signing. I'm sorry, can you speak English? Unofficial transfer of constitutional obligations. I feel like there's a wrong word in here somewhere. No? Oh. Whose decision is it to decide an education department? What? That didn't explain it anymore. Sure. I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're saying, like, in general, though.
Not a society of unlimited resources. And adding,
everybody suffered in the pandemic, but different people got different benefits because they qualified under different programs.
And those arguments were also put forward by the Solicitor General, who further asserted that the fairness argument goes both ways, saying that it's unfair that more than 40 million people are being denied for.
I mean, they already do, though. And, like, yeah. The three branches are meant to keep each other in check, right? So if one branch sees that, like, there's gross overspending here and underspending here, then, like, yeah. Tell them what's up. Tell them what to do. I wish. Like, presidents don't even do anything. They're just like a puppet. Just the face. Bush invading Iraq and Afghanistan without the approval because it technically wasn't a war declaration. Interesting. Right. I don't know, because, like, it's you can't slippery slope this. Like, it's just a net good. It would only be good. Like, there's no outcome that's negative from absolving debt from a huge portion of your population. Like, and it's not even all the debt. Like,
forgiveness because of objections from states that are not injured by the program, and to people who would rather end the program altogether than benefit from it. And to that point, one of the other major topics that the justices really focused on was whether the plaintiffs in both of these cases actually had the legal grounds to bring them. Or in order to sue, they need to demonstrate that they have suffered direct and concrete harm. In the first case, the state centered much of their claims of injury on the assertion that the forgiveness program could cut revenues from the Missouri Higher Education Loan Authority, or MOHELA, a nonprofit entity that the state created to service loans. And the plaintiffs arguing that the losses suffered by it would impact the state of Missouri, which is one of the challengers. But there, both liberal and conservative justices hit back by noting, hey, the loan servicer didn't bring or even sign on to this lawsuit, and so it should be that entity that's suing if it was really hurt. With some of the liberal justices also asserting that MOHELA was independent enough from the state that any injuries it experiences are not those of Missouri. And then with the second case, both liberal and conservative justices kind of raised their eyebrows as to whether the two borrowers had the ability to sue, with Justice Neil Gorsuch expressing concerns about courts interfering with processes of government just because
two individuals in one state who don't like the program can seek and obtain a universal relief, barring it for anybody anywhere.
But it's also unclear if these questions a legal stand.
that's a great point, Keepers. I'm sorry. Eating a gummy. Yeah, we should remember that our president is working for us. He is our employee. We are paying that bitch. This has to come from Mars. I don't know. It is like an unprecedented situation. Like, I don't think they foresaw the debt problem getting this bad. I don't think this is that crazy of an overreach. Like, Biden hand waves away hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine and no one bats an eyelash. Let's start there. Like, I don't know. Let's look into the proxy war we're fighting, maybe.
Are going to be enough to persuade the conservative justices to toss these cases. Though experts say that would be the most probable way for the Biden administration to kind of win these, but saying that does seem unlikely, which is why for now it does seem like the court is going to strike down the loan forgiveness program. And that is going to be absolutely devastating for so many people. Right? Because while the White House has estimated that 40 million Americans would benefit from this effort, that includes around 26 million people who have actually applied for
should have been enforced but wasn't. Yeah, that's my point. It's like, now you care? Now you care? Like, just let me have this one thing. This one thing that everyone actually wanted. Like,
student loan debt relief, 16 million of which have already had their applications approved and would have all that taken away from them. So incredibly high stakes, but we don't know which way it's gonna go for a few more months. And then, it's not the sexiest story, but it's awesome news. Insulin just got a whole lot cheaper. With just today, drug maker Eli Lilly announcing that it's slashing prices for its
Bernie did this. He forced him into this. I think I have a piece about this later.
most commonly prescribed insulin. With specifically, the company is saying that starting in the fourth quarter of this year, the company will cut the prices for Humalog, its top insulin product, as well as Humulin, by 70%. And the price of the generic version of Humalog is going to drop from $82 a vial to just $25 a vial on May 1st, which is absolutely huge because that is the lowest price for that product since before 1999. And effective immediately, Eli Lilly is expanding an existing program that caps out-of-pocket costs at $35 a month for patients with commercial insurance buying from participating retail pharmacies. pharmacies. And this is a big deal because it's a pretty damn big reversal for a company that's been described as a primary contributor to soaring prices for an injection that millions of Americans rely on to keep their blood sugar levels in check. Right? Because for the last 30 years, Eli Lilly has raised the price of Humalog, which again is its most widely used product, by over 1,000%. And as a result, the high cost set by Eli Lilly and other drug companies have made it so that uninsured Americans or those with high deductible insurance plans.
Oh, I didn't realize that. They can't, like, present their own cases. Large cases, Dems don't. Yeah, Dems are fucking lazy as fuck. Goddamn libs.
Are forced to pay prices exceeding $1,000 a month. With that, in turn, forcing many patients to ration the essential medicines or just stop taking them entirely. In fact, one recent study found that more than 1 million American adults ration insulin due to exorbitant prices. But at the same time, experts have said that Eli Lilly's effort here is more limited than it may appear on
So
paper.
fucked.
It is because
Rationing insulin. It's not like you're say rationing your weed, where like, yeah, you want to have it, but like you're fine if you don't. But like, no, like you will die. You will die if you do not consume enough insulin after you have a certain amount of like sugars. Like, that shit will kill you. You will go into ketoacidosis. Strong powers, Conservative Party, regression is the goal. Yes. Spot on.
Because they say while these updates will be helpful for the uninsured or underinsured, insurers already pay under sticker price for insulin because of discounts and rebates. And what's more, the price cuts only apply to Eli Lilly's older insulin products, when in fact, a big percentage of diabetes patients require products that are made by the 2 other major insulin manufacturers. Which is why we're seeing, yes, many top leaders and organizations applauding this move, but also calling on the other insulin makers to follow suit. That remains to be seen if they will, because very notably here, Eli Lilly didn't just go, hey, we love everybody, right? Their decision came amid tons of mounting pressure from politicians. As part of the Inflation Reduction Act, lawmakers cut monthly out-of-pocket insulin prices to $35 for Medicare. But notably there, the cap wasn't extended to the private market over objections from Republicans. We've also seen Biden repeatedly taking aim at insulin producers, slamming them in his State of the Union address and calling on Congress to take it even further. So big move, a big win in a big story, but we're not across the finish line yet. And then, lab leak or wet market? That is the question at the center of the debate around COVID's origins. Or because back in 2020, the first major theory floated to explain where SARS-CoV-2 came from was a seafood wholesale market in Wuhan, with experts pointing out that most disease outbreaks, including the last coronavirus outbreak in China in 2002, have originated from natural animal to human transmission. And last year, there were a series of peer-reviewed scientific papers that concluded that the natural origin was most likely, citing as evidence the capability of animals at the market to carry the virus, genomic analysis of early infections, and geographic clustering of early cases around the market. But it didn't take long for people to find out that there was also a research facility extensively studying coronaviruses not far from the market, the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So some began to point there, though the publicly available evidence for that was largely speculative or circumstantial, with theories getting thrown around ranging from it being accidentally leaked by researchers handling bats in the lab, to it stemming from gain-of-function research gone wrong, to it being released deliberately by the government, though that last explanation is a far more fringe and conspiratorial one. But notably, one of the biggest holes in the natural origin theory that people point to is that investigators did not find any specific animals that could have been the source of the transmission. Now, of course, if you ask Chinese officials, they strongly dismiss a lab leak, sometimes even offering other ideas like the virus entering China on a shipment of frozen fish or coming from American biological research. But so far, the lab leak and a natural origin remain the 2 dominant theories. And yesterday, we actually saw FBI Director Christopher Wray going on Fox News to take a stand in the debate.
As you note, Brett, the FBI has for quite some time now assessed that the origins of the pandemic are most likely a potential lab incident in Wuhan.
With them going on to say that the agency is still doing work to find answers and that the Chinese government has tried to thwart efforts to investigate COVID's origins. But a key thing, this is the first standout public confirmation of the Bureau's private assessment of the virus's origins. So worth noting, they say they only have moderate confidence in their findings, so they're not 100% certain. But they're also not the only government entity to agree with that. Or just a few days ago, the Department of Energy, which was initially neutral, has shifted in favor of the lab leak, though saying they did so with low confidence. Also in 2022, a report by Republican staff on a Senate committee probing the virus did not rule out a natural origin, but concluded that, quote, research-related origin was most likely. With now House Republicans Republicans doing their own probe into the issue, so we're going to see what comes from that. But with that, there's still no consensus within the White House on the issue. Right, in 2021, Biden had his intelligence agencies look into COVID's origins, and while in their updated report, the FBI and DOE favor the lab leak, 4 other agencies in the National Intelligence Council favor a natural origin with low confidence, and you have the CIA also remaining undecided. Then, outside of the US, there was a joint investigation by China and the World Health Organization in 2021 that called the lab leak theory extremely unlikely. But since then, many have cast doubt on its credibility, and WHO's Director General has called for a new inquiry, saying all hypotheses remain open and require further study. So the question remains, where exactly did COVID-19 come from? And can it 100% be confirmed? Because right now, the
saying you released a theory with a low level of confidence is literally nothing. That means nothing. The word you are looking for, I think, is a guess. Or a conjecture. Spitballing, if you will. Natural origins are unlikely. Yeah, surprise, surprise. Curious. They're all finger pointing. Interesting.
official answer is the same as it was in 2020. We just don't know. Those scientists seemingly tend to lean toward a natural origin. But with that, on this specific topic, and really anything, I think it's important for us on this to try to pull away from the partisan politic allure. What I mean by that is I know people that have believed the lab leak theory from the beginning, and I know people that are still getting this information now and they're just immediately dismissing it. But I think it's incredibly important to note that whatever our opinion was or is right now, we need to leave ourselves open.
I still think we're never gonna fucking know. We're gonna have to come to peace with the fact that we do not know and we will never know. Like, it's like very hard to like determine something like this. Like, finding a true patient zero is very difficult. I think we may have done that, but like even then, like there's so many chances for you in your daily life to pick up an unknown virus. Like, it could literally happen anytime. Like, and yeah, like with climate change, it is increasingly likely that we're going to have natural origin pandemics. It's almost certain. From an incident in 2019, yeah. Right. Yeah, good fucking luck.
For new information.
And like, at a certain point, like, it doesn't matter. Like, let's go with the conspiracy theory. That they did it on purpose. They released it as like a means of biological warfare. Why did they do it on their own citizens then? Why was that the first target? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. So that's my first question. Question 2, like, they did it. They succeeded. They like, GG, no re, you know, like, it's way too fucking late. Like, you better be looking into pandemic remediation techniques, like public health measures, maybe shit like that.
And I know that's easier said than done. It's very easy to see new information that makes your opinion that you had feel wrong, feel like an attack. But if the actual pursuit is truth and not just, I want to prove I'm the smartest boy or girl in the world, then we have to keep an open mind. Not so open that your brain slips out, but open enough to take in new information and recalibrate. But for now, we wait to see what else comes from this. And that's where today's show ends. Thank you for watching, liking, and being subscribed to my daily dives into the news. I hope it makes the insanity a little more consumable for you. And remember, you're getting 7 videos this week, so come back tomorrow, same place, same time. My name's Philip DeFranco.
Yeah, at this point, like, they got away with it. Like, how to get away with murder of, what? How many people have died worldwide now? God, it's gotta be so much more than the last time I looked. Holy shit, yeah. 6.87 million deaths. Holy
The
shit.
spin filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Finally, it's the time for the good news.
Finally, some positive leftist news.
With BP. Wait, not the oil company, okay?
What's poppin' is big villains to overthrow media. Your comrade revolutionary, dope ass MC, and international sex symbol. Yeah. Today, we're gonna get into some positive leftist news. But wait, where's my teleprompter? Hey, what's up, y'all?
The Federal Court of Australia has recognized that the Wedgibo Weeable hold title over approximately 11,700 hectares around the Lismore area. The settlement of the title claim includes an agreement to disregard historical extinguishment of native title in national parks within the claim area, paving the way for future recognition.
Go for it, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, like, oh no, you're worried about another biological attack? Then you better prepare for that. Oh no. Oh no. Are you gonna invest money in public health? Are you gonna make sure you have labs available to develop vaccines on demand that aren't privatized? Because that would be pretty cool. That would be pretty neat.
Of the native title over an additional 2,600 hectares of national parks. The Wedgibo Weeable are part of the Bundjalung Nation, who have cared for the land and waters in the claim area for thousands of years. It's fantastic to see that land return, bringing us one step closer to land back everywhere. Since early January, thousands of Palestinians and Israelis protesters have taken to the streets in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Haifa, and cities in occupied Palestine. The series of actions are in response to a series of repressive measures imposed since Prime Minister.
Dude, I was in a chat. I'm gonna refrain from saying which chat. I saw somebody in chat saying that just some horrendous shit. Like, genuinely awful shit. Like, genocidal shit. Like, I don't understand when, like, Israeli citizens are out there protesting against the occupation. Like, they don't want this. Like, they're standing in solidarity with their Palestinian brothers and sisters, and, like, privileged ass motherfuckers have the audacity to say that, like, oh yeah, like, most Israelis are monsters. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you cannot call yourself a leftist and also believe that, like, most people of any nation are monsters. Like, pursue. Right. Absolutely. Yeah, it should be like a collaborative effort.
Benjamin Netanyahu's far-right government took office in December. These measures include an absolutely egregious ban on Palestinian flags. Over 20,000 activists united in a Together Against Fascism and Apartheid protest in Tel Aviv, January 7th. On January 13th, in Jerusalem's Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood, left-wing Israeli activists joined Palestinian activists in raising the Palestinian flag, defying the ban. A day later, on January 14th, over 100,000 protesters turned out in Tel Aviv and two other cities, again defying the ban on flags and denouncing Netanyahu's government as criminal. Global solidarity actions have also taken place in the past few months, including hundreds of people rallying in Brooklyn on January 29th to honor the martyrs of the Palestinian struggle. As Bezi Pei of the Workers' World writes, it is imperative that all forces globally who are in solidarity with Palestine and opposed to Israeli occupation join forces. Palestinians need this unity more than ever. No conditions should be placed on how Palestinians in occupied territories carry out their resistance. Solidarity with the activists worldwide standing up for a free Palestine. On the 1st of February, 500,000 workers in the UK went on strike, in the nation's largest work stoppage since 2011. The major unions who participated in the strike included the National Education Union, University and College Union, Public and Commercial Service Unions, Rail, Maritime, and Transport Unions, and the Trade Unions Congress, who were buttressed by the many thousands of supporters. These unions sprung into action when Parliament passed new anti-strike legislation that Monday.
Yeah, most Israelis are not Netanyahu. Great point. Excellent point. Yeah. Yeah, some of the older ones are probably like conservative. Like if you are an Israeli supporting Netanyahu, like you're probably not a great guy. More apparel, yeah. I hate that, like, that justification, though. Like, oh, well, like, that area, it's just always been embroiled in war and chaos and brutality. Like, it's very, like, othering, to both Israelis and Palestinians. Like, while that might be true, like, I don't know. It's like kind of dehumanizing, like, I don't know. Since the British reoccupation. Right. Yeah. Brits have a way of doing that. Fucking know a lot, mate. Just a bit of banter. Can't even do it. I have such a bad accent. I need to work on that.
Expecting to be enforced by the summer, the strike's minimum service levels bill grants ministers the power to force limits on the number of striking workers during a work stoppage in the key sectors of the economy. The first sector to be clamped down on will be rail and emergency services. Yeah. Ministers will then set their sights on the...
It's literally like a fucking colonizer military state.
Entire transport, health, and education sectors. Needless to say, this vicious assault on workers' rights cannot stand. This legislation, combined with pension cuts, underfunding, and stagnant wages in the face of increasing living costs, have awakened the UK working class. More days of strikes have already been announced by major unions. Even if these actions don't stop the House of Lords from passing the bill, Scotland Yard can't arrest 500,000 angry workers. PLN will be keeping a close eye on this story as it develops. Over 2 million people in France held a general strike on January 19th to oppose Macron's attempts to reform pension and raise the retirement age from 62 to 64. There were over 200 separate marches in various cities, not only rejecting the reforms, but demanding that the legal retirement age drop to 60. All the major French political left-wing and social democratic parties joined the coalition under the leadership of the labor unions.
I only gave you those two options. Okay?
Hey, sorry I haven't been able to drop in much. I got promoted so my life sucks now, but feel better soon, X.
Aw, thank you so much for the sub. That's okay. I am glad you got promoted, but also I'm sorry your life sucks now. But hey, congrats on the promotion. That's awesome. And thank you for the 3 months.
The level of organization and the breadth of the protests put enormous pressure on Macron and the Prime Minister Elizabeth Borne. The 400,000
Every case of beer is another 24 Molotov cocktail vessels. Oh shit. True.
People who protested in Paris had an impact on the president. Instead of facing them, Macron fled to Spain with 11 of his top ministers. A worker
Go to meetings now? God damn it. Yeah, meetings are awful. That's true. I feel you. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah. Yeah. Make sure you're treating yourself. Have a nice little celebration.
didn't stop there. Demonstrators have taken to the streets 3 more times, with the latest mobilization on February 13th, drawing 500,000 people in Paris. Fabien Roussel, National Secretary of the French Communist Party, said, "We are going to make the walls of the LZ tremble. All together, all together. All power to the French working class uniting in struggle." There have been several other major mobilizations across Europe this month as well. 50,000 people participate in the Ireland for All anti-racism march in Dublin, organized by a coalition that includes community groups, trade unions, and political parties. In Portugal, more than 150,000 school teachers and their supporters marched through Lisbon to demand pay increases, less punishing schedules, and faster career progression. And 250,000 people marched in Madrid on February 12th to oppose the dismantling of the public health system by the capital region's right-wing government. Let the ruling class tremble. Working are united and won't be defeated. A judge in Ontario, Canada has denied the municipality of Kitchenger's request to clear a homeless encampment, building on decisions out of British Columbia that he says establish a constitutional right for a person.
Gelato, yum. All right. Hi, bye. Yeah, I'll be here for a bit, so I'll see you later.
To shelter themselves if accessible indoor spaces aren't available. The region of Waterloo shamelessly asked the court to find the 50 unhoused people in the camp in violation of the region's trespassing law. But the Ontario Superior Court of Justice declared that the bylaw violates the charter's right of the encampment residents because of the region's lack of adequate shelter spaces. Justice Michael Valente's ruling stated, "I am not satisfied that the region has adequate capacity to shelter the approximately 50 encampment residents, given that its shelter are not low barrier or truly accessible, just as British Columbia cases have found."
Dude, shelters are such ass. Why are they so terrible? Like, they're really not accessible. Like, period. Like, as far as I know, like, they're just terrible. And that's why people choose to stay on the street. Like, it's literally better than the conditions of the shelters. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel bad because, like, I know the people there are, like, doing good work or like trying to, but like there's so many barriers. Like, in and out times are very strict and rigid, and like your shit gets stolen and no one can really do anything about it, and like there's lots of like assault and like sexual assault. Like, it's just not a good deal.
So too do I conclude that the ability to provide adequate shelter for oneself is a necessity of life that falls within the right to life protected by Section 7 of the Charter. This is a precedent-setting ruling that housing rights activists say could have a lasting impact on the cities across Ontario. Housing advocate Daphne Nussbaum said, "Municipalities are going to be very careful moving forward about how they're working with their encampment communities. Harlem families and grassroots community groups gathered on January 28th to protest the operation of a truck stop, which they say was opened in retaliation for their rejection of the gentrification project known as 145. The predominantly working-class black community successfully shut down 145, a proposed $700 million luxury high-rise project that included no affordable units. A clear gentrification and replacement effort that did not address the community.
Dude, hell yeah. That's amazing. Most likely to successfully transition clients. Right. Right. Yeah, and there's no like therapeutic intervention to help them like get there. Yeah.
Community's housing needs. The Unified Black Caucus organized the community against the development, forcing the developer, Teotobun, to withdraw the project. However, he then dumped a toxic truck depot where the housing project would have been. The current protests are demanding that the idling truck stop be shut down and that Teotobun meet with the community activists to discuss building.
Dude, this guy's fit on point. Dude, he's just so swagged out for no reason.
Building housing that better fits their needs. As Richie Marino writes, the people of Harlem have had radical
Breakdown of the higher ups tying their hands. Right. Yeah.
history of struggle against imperialist, capitalist, and white supremacist forces, and will undoubtedly prevail with class solidarity. Housing is for people, not for profit. Harlem is not for sale. Over 3,000 people gathered in Berlin at the annual Rosa Luxemburg Conference, organized by the socialist newspaper Jung Welt, with an additional 15,000 people joining online. Anti-militarism was the center theme of the conference, with speakers such as Malayan Minister Amanita Traore, who highlighted how European military intervention in her home country have exacerbated violence. Participants also heard from renowned revolutionaries such as imprisoned journalist Mumia Abu Jamal and Cuban doctor and daughter of Che Guevara, Alida Guevara. Following the conference, the German Communist Party held an event to outline the task for the coming year. There was roughly 500 party members in attendance, alongside representatives from the Cuban and Venezuelan embassies. Chairman Patrick Kiobel said, "What we are
Does this look a little weird to anybody else? I don't mean to stereotype or anything, but that's probably not the move if you're a German in an all-white crowd. Literally completely all white. Like, everybody is white. No. Not that guy. Yo, is that PewDiePie? No, just like the arm raising in unison, the whiteness, I don't know.
Venezuelan embassies. Chairman Patrick Kiobel said, "What we are experiencing is a struggle of imperialism, of U.S. imperialism, NATO, and the EU to maintain their hegemony, but they are beginning to falter. Large parts of the world."
Due to something which happened about. Wait, never mind.
World, in Latin America, in Africa, in Asia, no longer want to dance to their tune. We are witnessing the birth of a new world order. This will not yet replace the hegemony of imperialism with a hegemony of socialism, but I can provide more spaces for the struggle for it. This might not sound like much, and it will not be without danger, but it can be the first step towards setting.
No, it's still not inviting. Dude, I was shocked. Like, when I was in high school, I knew some German people, and I was appalled at how racist they were towards German Turks. I had to ask them what that meant. I'm like, I don't know exactly what you mean by that. Like, what makes them different? Like, I can't tell when someone's a German Turk or if they're just German, because they're just speaking German, so, like, I don't know. Like, I can't, like, I don't know what you mean. And the way they explained it to me was like, oh, you know, you can just tell, like, by the way they dress. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what? Like, they're like, yeah, they wear those stupid boots and they cuff their stupid jeans. And I'm like, that's oddly specific. But, like, wow. I mean, the people that they were being racist towards were, like, very white. So, like, I don't it's too racist. Please stop. Like, racist national policy. Yeah, it's still very racist, I'm sure.
The seemingly fossilized relations in motion. The wave of unionization sweeping the U.S. shows no signs of stopping. This month, over 2,000 Johns Hopkins University grad workers unionized with 97% voting yes. The Union Teachers and Researchers United wrote, "We know that when we organize together, we win." True UE is entering the beginning of its next phase, forming a bargaining committee and putting together a winning contract that delivers improvements from wages to worker conditions to improve international student support that will guarantee graduate workers get the respect and dignity for the hard work they do. For now, grad workers, pat yourself on the back and celebrate this historic win. In more good news, a Peace Coffee location in North Davis, California voted 14-1 to unionize, becoming the first of the chain's 200 stores in the U.S. to do so. The Dancers of Ballet Memphis.
God damn it. What the fuck is the sign? No justice, no Pete's. No justice, no Pete's. This was a phrase specific to Black Lives Matter. So I don't think we need to co-opt that. Is it clever? Is it a pun? Yeah. Do I love a pun? I sure do. But like, that's not. Who died, bitch? Like,
200 stores in the U.S. to do so. The Dancers of Ballet Memphis also voted to unionize, despite a union-busting campaign from the management. And the 91 members of the HuffPost Union have unanimously ratified a new collective bargaining agreement with the management at HuffPost and BuzzFeed. The contract increases salary minimums by approximately 10%, equating to a raise of $5,000 to $8,000 for several members. The lowest salary minimum at HuffPost will now be $66,625, the highest negotiated for any WGAE online media contract. As their press release states, it's a testament to the power of solidarity. But wait, there's more. Last month reported on the HarperCollins strike, where workers had gotten creative in turning popular book titles into messages of protest. We're thrilled to report now that these workers held the line and won a new contract. Under the new terms, annual starting pay will increase to $47,500 upon ratification and rise to $50,000 by the beginning of 2025. In addition, full-time employees in the union will receive lump sum payments of $1,500. The contract also allows for more time for union members to meet during work hours, requires that a welcome letter from the union be included in the job packet for eligible new hires, and establishes a joint labor management committee to discuss issues of concern to either party. Say it with me now. The union makes us strong. In Durban, South Africa, dock worker union reps met with a conference to mark the 50th anniversary of the 1973 Durban strikes. Unions attending the conference included the International Longshore and Warehouse Union based in the U.S. West Coast, the Revolutionary Transport Union of South Africa, and the General Industry Workers Union of South Africa. In 1973, 100,000 African and Indian workers went on strike over wages and worker conditions. The strike impacted more than 100 companies and led to the formation of the Federation of South Africa Trade Unions and the Congress of South African Trade Unions, which played a pivotal role in the liberation struggle against apartheid. In 1984, members of the ILWU's San Francisco Bay Area Local 10 and 34 refused to offload South African cargo for 11 days, inspiring local residents to join the U.S. anti-apartheid movement. ILWU Local 10 retired Secretary-Treasurer Clarence Thomas said dock workers have more leverage than any workers in the world, being at the point of the global supply chain, because when we shut down rail, trucking, cargo flight schedules, the food we eat, the fuel we put in our cars, computers, handheld devices, and the shoes we wear all come off those ships. There are no workers in the world that understand capitalism better than the longshore workers, because before the cargo can be stored, it has to come off the ship. And if we don't load or offload it, nothing is going to happen. The government of Burkina Faso has forced French military forces to leave their country. The French military had originally entered in 2013 to allegedly prevent jihadists strengthened by the NATO-led war in Libya. Over the past years, anti-French rhetoric and coups have increased throughout North Africa and the Sahel. For example, in February 2022, Mali's government removed the French military via a coup on the basis that the French forces committed atrocities, harming civilians and colluded with insurgents. Burkina Faso is now following in the footsteps of Mali, despite being a nation rich in gold. Almost half of the Burkinabe population live below the poverty line, with most of their riches siphoned off by rich foreign companies. The ejection of the French military leaves the nation one step closer to gaining independence and autonomy from imperialist intervention. During January 13th to the 22nd, the week of Reverend Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, activists coordinated over 90 anti-war, anti-imperialist actions to demand the U.S. dismantle NATO and put an end to the U.S. imperialist wars abroad.
Fuck NATO. NATO sucks. It's not worth shit. It's just like antagonistic. That's all it is. Like, it's literally a relic of World War II. Like, that's maybe not.
Give just a few examples of these protests. In Portland, Oregon, 8 leftist groups united to fight back against capitalist wars. In Seattle, 50 students from University of Washington held a rally, marched and banner dropped to demand free Ahmed Sadet and all Palestinian prisoners. In downtown Oakland, marches chanted, "Cops here, bombs there. U.S. out of everywhere." And thousands of workers in Cleveland witnessed activists holding the banner, "Fund human needs, not U.S. NATO wars." The United National Anti-War Coalition aptly summarized the sentiment of these actions, as Martin Luther King Jr. so correctly reminded us. The U.S. is the greatest purveyor of violence in the world. Since World War II, the U.S. has initiated more than 60 military interventions in foreign countries. NATO and U.S. Western imperialism is an impediment to worker struggles everywhere. Solidarity with activists fighting to stop the wars and fund our communities. In the Philippines, activists and progressive groups have been protesting the government's Enhanced Defensive Cooperation Agreement. Under the EDCA, the U.S. military is granted further access to 4 local bases across the country. Such expansion has been widely decried by peace advocates and was met with leftist protests outside the presidential palace. Activists fear such U.S. military access will create pipelines for further imperialist interventions in the nation. The matter of asserting Philippine sovereignty and sovereign rights rests with the Filipinos, not any foreign power, said Renata Reyes, leader of Bagon Ayangsang Makabayan, or Bayan. It would be foolish to believe that the U.S., with its own geopolitical interests, is here to help us in asserting our sovereignty. In their statement, Bayan also warned that the expansion of EDCA sites may cause tensions in the region. Filipinos must not allow our country to be used as a staging ground for any U.S. military intervention in the region. On February 11th, over 200 students at an Alabama high school.
Bitch, where was the positive part? That was just a story about people in the Philippines asking America to stop intervening and defending their sovereignty. Am I dumb? Did I miss the positive part? Is the positive part that they're standing up to American imperialism? Is that it? Because that's... I mean, that's good, but America is still doing imperialism, so it makes me sad.
Staged a walkout to protest the school's Black History Month program that disallowed the mention of anything that happened before the 1970s, including slavery, the Black Panthers, or the Civil Rights Movement. The protest led to a forum on the matter, in which students were supported to come up with a better education plan for the Black History Month. One student, Jemiah Brown, speaking of the walkout, stated, "I feel like it's important to talk about that because I feel like in 2023, a lot of our youth don't know their culture. This is important to educate our youth on how we came from somewhere to now. Congrats to all the youth who stood together to force change." Slovenia has, as of the 1st of February, become the first Eastern European and Balkan nation to recognize same-sex marriage as legal. In July 2022, Slovenia's court ruled that the banning of same-sex marriage and adoption was unconstitutional and discriminatory. In October of that same year, Slovenia's government passed a law to equalize marriage and adoption laws for same-sex couples. The resulting new family code, however, did not come into effect until February of this year. Luke Mezek, the leader of the Left Party, said, "After several decades of struggle in this area, led by civil society, with persistent activist organizing, and in the recent years with persistent efforts of the left, we finally succeeded." Finland Parliament has voted 113 to 69 in favor of allowing trans people to legally change their gender solely via self-declaration, as opposed to a previous law which forced them to have to undergo a tedious and lengthy medical process. This law will also abolish the requirement for trans people to have to be unable to reproduce. Prior to this amendment, Finland's law forced trans people to undergo a psychiatric assessment and provide a medical certificate proving their sterility in order to legally be able to confirm their true gender. After several stumbling blocks preventing approval of this new law, the long-awaited amendments have finally been implemented.
That's so fucking weird. Why? Ew. What?
Implemented, a very welcome win for trans rights. Hong Kong's top court has ruled that trans people will be able to legally change their gender on government-issued ID cards without the need of gender-affirming surgery. In 2019, trans activist Henry Edward Say and another trans man known only publicly as Q filed a legal challenge to the current policy, in which trans people could only change their ID.
Wait, Q? Wait, really?
After they challenged and another trans man, known only publicly as Q, filed a legal challenge to the current policy, in which trans people could only change their ID after they underwent surgery. They stated that the trans exclusionary policy outed trans people whenever they showed their ID to anyone. Finally, the court has ruled this is a violation of the right of privacy. Chief Justice Andrew and Justice P.J. Ribeiro and P.J. Fogg wrote, the policy's consequence is to place persons like the appellants in a dilemma of having to choose whether to suffer regular violations of their privacy right or to undergo highly invasive and medically unnecessary surgery, infringing their rights to bodily integrity. Clearly, this does not reflect a reasonable balance. Say labeled the ruling the late justice, stating, we all dreamt that we would not be outed by our ID cards anymore, that we would no longer be rejected to cross borders and come back to Hong Kong, our home, and be stripped of our rights to marry and establish a family with 3 opposite sex. The Sri Lanka government has announced support for the decriminalization of same-sex relationships. At present, the country's colonial-era law rules same-sex relationships as acts of carnal knowledge against the order of nature, for which a person can be sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. The coming AMW endowment to the law is a huge win for local LGBTQ+ activists who have been campaigning for such changes for years. Equal Ground Executive Director Rosanna Flammer Caldera stated, it's been more than 19 years that our organization has been advocating for decriminalization, and it's good to see the work bearing fruit finally. On February 5th, over 10 million Ecuadorians voted in local elections for mayors, councilors, and prefectures, as well as for members of the Council for Citizens, Participation, and Social Control. In crucial regions of the nation, progressives were victorious. Recent referendums promoted by conservatives were rejected, and the leftist Citizens Revolutionary Movement Party made significant gains, such as winning prefectures in 9 of the 23 provinces, at mayor's offices in 60 cities. The party said in the statement, after more than 6 years of persecution, of taking away the legal status of our political organization, of unjustly imprisoning our comrades and forcing others to live in exile. In these 2023 sectional elections, we demonstrated that we are the main and largest political force in Ecuador. We are more alive than ever. It is a historic victory. A new era begins to recover Ecuador from the territories, together with the people who know that we were better off before. NASA's recent satellite images show that Nepal's forest cover has almost doubled across the country between 1992 and 2016 due to nearby communities being placed in charge of conservation. Deputy Director of Research Jefferson Fox stated, once communities started actively managing the forest, they grew back mainly as a result of natural regeneration. This victory is even more compelling given that in the late 1970s, the World Bank issued a dire prediction that by the 1990s, the forest on Nepal's hills would mostly vanish, and by 2000, its plains would likely be barren after decades of deforestation from agriculture. The country initiated a community forestry program in 1978, whereby local groups would take charge of managing the land. This enabled locals to use forests for gathering food and firewood, but also make sure resources remained plentiful. They would benefit by keeping forests healthy. Now, around 22,000 local groups manage an estimated 2.3 million hectares of community forests in Nepal. Such successes are not surprising. Already, in the Amazon rainforest, indigenous reciprocal land management has reduced deforestation, yet again confirming that indigenous peoples are the best stewards of the land. Human compositing is now legal in 6 states across the U.S., after New York in February joined the list of states legalizing this environmentally friendly alternative to burial and cremation for human bodies. Human compositing involves shutting a body in a container filled with materials such as wood, chips, where during several weeks it decomposes. The resulting compost is then given to the deceased who can place it where they wish. Compared to conventional
Okay, that's hella cool, but that guy is for sure a murderer. For sure. Oh my god, what?
Human compositing involves shutting a body in a container filled with materials such as wood, chips, where during several weeks it decomposes. The resulting compost is then given to the
Like,
deceased.
whoever made this is for sure a murderer. Am I wrong? They scientifically figured out how to degrade a body ASAP. That's pretty wild.
Who can place it where they wish.
I'm telling you, always be suspicious of gardeners.
Compared to conventional funeral methods, human compositing is far more environmentally friendly. Micah Truman, CEO of Washington-based human compositing company Returned Home, said a single cremation typically uses almost 30 gallons of fuel and emits an estimated 540 pounds of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and a person's ashes are not useful to the earth. Conventional burial, meanwhile, takes up a huge amount of space and commonly uses embalming fluid with formaldehyde, a known carcinogen. According to Truman, this is a huge step for accessible green death care nationwide.
Let's go.
After years of discussion and campaigning by members of parliament, Ottawa, Canada, will finally ban the testing of cosmetics on animals. The ban will extend to cosmetics that contain animal testing ingredients and will cover products such as makeup, perfume, hairstyling products, and body lotions. Over 40 nations, including Britain, have already implemented a ban on cosmetic testing on animals. And in 2013, the EU introduced a
Keyboard is now playing sound through synths. Hell yeah. Speakers, let me hear it, are no longer detected. No. No. Just enchanted monkey paws. Literally. You've just got to do the magic better.
total ban on animal cosmetic testing and the sale of cosmetics that were tested in such a manner. According to Charu Chandrasekhar, Executive Director of the University of Windsor Canadian Center for Alternative to Animal Methods, there are many proven alternatives to animal tests, she said. We have no excuse at all for not doing this. There are thousands of ingredients that have been tested already. Very happy news for our cutest animal comrades. Under newly elected President Lula, deforestation in the Amazon this January was down 61% from January last year. According to Reuters, WWF conservation specialist Daniel Silva said it was positive to see such a relevant drop in deforestation, even if he cautioned against calling it a full trend reversal. Since being elected, Lula's government has begun cracking down on illegal logging and has unfrozen environmental funds locked by former President Bolsonaro. Here's to this trend continuing and full recovery for one of the Earth's most important ecosystems. Comrades, if you have good news from the current month, please send your stories to totalliberationpodcast@gmail.com. Thank you to Javi for the positive news jams. Thank you to Cosmo for the positive news background. Thank you to Mexi, Catherine, and Jacob for the script writing and production. And thank you to Tristan for editing this video. And don't forget, thank you to yours truly for hosting this one. If you'd like to support the expansion of our team and output, please go to patreon.com/positiveleftistnews, or you can give us a one-time donation via PayPal. The link is in the description box below.
Good news. Yeah, come on. Sometimes.
Okay, that's it. Back to the bad news. You ready?
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The Supreme Court heard oral arguments Tuesday in two challenges to the Biden administration.
Bro, why are they so quiet? Dude, I swear to God. No.
administration's student debt relief plan, which could give tens of millions of federal borrowers up to $20,000 of relief each. Several conservative justices expressed skepticism over the plan, while liberal Justice Sonia Sotomayor blasted the Republican states that brought one of the lawsuits, arguing 50 million students will suffer if the program is rescinded, and that the Education Department should be making decisions about how to handle their debt rather than judges. Activists gathered outside the court. This is Maddie Clifford of the Debt Collective.
There are 4 sites on Earth not actively on fire. Look, that's the best I can do, honestly. If you have more positive news, please feel free to share it in chat.
Collective.
These lawsuits are bogus. Literally backed by right-wing billionaires. Look it up. Rich people who've happily accepted government handouts in the form of having their PPP loans forgiven or receiving government subsidies. Does the government work for them or does it work for us? That's my question. Okay, so if you ask me now what it feels like to be $120,000 in student loan debt, I say it feels like solidarity. It feels like power. If one person owes the bank, that's not one person's problem. But when 1 million people owe the bank, that's the bank's problem.
Later in the show, we'll speak with Debt Collective
True.
organizer and writer Eleni Sherman.
Oh shit. Oh shit, holy based. Holy based.
Elsewhere in Washington, D.C., the Senate...
You do? Let's hear it. I'm ready. Give it to me. The Lord High Wizard of Computer Magic. God, I was kind of afraid for where that was going to go. You found the speakers. Is it you? That guy? Can you hear it? Is it happening? Are you doing the thing?
Judiciary Committee held a hearing Tuesday for the Equal Rights Amendment, which would codify gender equality in the Constitution. The ERA was passed in 1972, but was never ratified, as conservative opponents have argued the deadline for ratification is passed. The ERA would not only help address persistent inequality in areas like wages, it could also protect abortion rights and the rights of trans and non-binary people. Constitutional and legal experts say Congress has the authority to change the ratification timeline. This is lawyer and constitutional scholar Kathleen Sullivan speaking at yesterday's hearing.
It's my belief that under Article 5, Congress proposed that 38 states ratify.
I believe in you. You can do it.
It is the law now, and the only thing standing in the way, is the congressional deadline, which Congress set in 1972, altered in 1978, and has the power to change today.
Tuesday's hearing came as Washington, D.C. Circuit Court struck down a case which would have compelled the U.S. Archivist to publish and certify the Equal Rights Amendment as part of the Constitution. In Nigeria, Bola Tinubu of the ruling All Progressives Congress Party was declared the winner of the weekend's presidential election, but his opponents have disputed the results, alleging fraud, while election observers and voters have cited delays, closures, and violence at voting sites. Turnout was less than 30%. Tinubu, the former governor of Lagos, lost the vote in Lagos State to the Labour Party's Peter Obi, who came in third overall. Obi had received much of his support from young voters who saw him as the candidate of change. Atiku Abubakar of the main opposition party, People's Democratic Party, received the second highest number of votes, according to Nigeria's Electoral Commission. The new president of Africa's most populous nation will have to face the ongoing security and violence crisis, as well as double-digit inflation and unprecedented oil theft. Iranian authorities say they're investigating after a series of poisonings at girls' schools. The latest such attack struck a school in the city of Pardis in Tehran province Tuesday. Nearly 700 schoolgirls have suffered toxic poisoning since November, and what authorities have said is an attempt to shut down education for girls. And
what? Since November?
Could be linked to the nationwide women's rights protests in Iran that took off in September following the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini in police custody.
Studios are never fully working. True. Fair enough.
No students have been killed in the attacks, but many have reported respiratory problems and other health effects.
Jeez.
Back in the United States, President Biden's tapped Deputy Secretary of Labor Julie Su to be the next Labor Secretary, as former Boston Mayor Marty Walsh leaves his post this month to head the National Hockey League's Players Union. The nomination of Su, a civil rights attorney and former head of California's Labor Department, was welcomed by progressive and pro-labor groups. She would be the first Asian American to serve as secretary in Biden's cabinet. Amy Allison, founder of She the People, said, quote, Julie Su's commitment to ensuring equity and compliance to her work as a labor expert and attorney fighting for the rights of women workers nationally makes her the ideal choice to lead the Labor Department. We'll have more on this story later in the broadcast. Meanwhile, Democrats reintroduce the PRO Act Tuesday for the third time. The legislation would protect the right to organize and penalize companies who engage in union busting. This is Senator Bernie Sanders.
Under this bill, it will no longer be cheaper for corporations to break the law than to obey the law. At a time when we are seeing, and here's good news, more and more workers wanting to join unions, it is unacceptable that over half of workers who vote to form a union don't have a union contract a year after their union victory. That will change under the PRO Act.
In Mississippi, Republican Governor Tate Reeves has signed into law a bill that bans gender-affirming health care for transgender youth. The legislation criminalizes providing transition-related care to minors, frees health insurance companies from having to cover gender-affirming care for youth, and blocks public funding for clinics and institutions that offer this type of care. Mississippi is at least the 5th state in the United States to ban health care for trans youth. In just the past month, Utah and South Dakota enacted trans health care bans, and the Oklahoma House just passed a similar measure. 2 other bans in Alabama and Arkansas are currently being challenged in federal court. In Arkansas, the legislature has also voted to advance a bill that criminalizes trans adults for using public restrooms when children are present. In Tennessee, Republican Governor Bill Lee is facing backlash after a high school photo of him dressed in drag went viral just days after he said he plans to sign a bill that criminalizes drag performances. The measure bans drag shows from being performed in public or in front of children.
Of course. Of course he was in drag, but is trying to ban drag. Of fucking course. I fucking hate everything, dude. I swear to God.
Nationwide, at least 14 bills have been introduced, including in Arizona, Texas, and Tennessee, targeting drag shows, with performers and supporters saying these measures have worsened harassment and threats from far-right groups. Several drag storytime events for kids at libraries and other public places have been targeted by right-wing groups, including armed protesters. Some 30 million people across the United States are seeing a portion of their federal food assistance taken away today. The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, had increased benefits as part of the emergency response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Some households could lose hundreds of dollars each month, even as families continue to face increased food prices, and analysts warn the cuts will bring millions to a hunger cliff. Congressmember Pramila Jayapal said, quote, "It's unacceptable. Poverty and hunger are policy choices. It's time we step up and do more," she said. And in Chicago, Mayor Lori Lightfoot conceded Tuesday evening after losing her bid for re-election. An April 4th runoff will pit Paul Vallas, the former superintendent of Chicago Public Schools, who's backed by the Fraternal Order of Police, and progressive Brandon Johnson, a Cook County commissioner and organizer for the Chicago Teachers.
Backed by the Fraternal Order of Police? What the fuck is that? What? I'm sorry, what? Should I know what that is? That sounds scary. I don't... It's not a good sign.
Union. This is Paul Vallas speaking to supporters last night.
We will have a safe Chicago. We will make Chicago the safest city in America.
In Chicago's election, Paul Vallas received about 34% of the vote. Brandon Johnson placed second with just over 20%. On Tuesday night, Johnson criticized Vallas's record.
He is backed by the same forces who have done nothing as crime has paralyzed our city. He's backed by the same supporters who have failed to enforce the consent decree, even after Adam Toledo, Laquan McDonald were killed.
Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot placed third in Tuesday's race. 4 years ago, she became the first black woman and openly gay Chicago mayor, but she came under intense criticism during her term, including for her handling of the pandemic, racial justice protests, the Chicago teachers' strike, crime levels, and skyrocketing property taxes. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen made a surprise visit to the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv Monday, announcing the transfer of $1.25 billion in new economic aid to Ukraine.
As we mark 1 year since the beginning of this full-scale invasion, the message I bring you from President Biden is simple. America will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes.
During her trip, Yellen also warned China it would face severe consequences if it provides material support to Russia in violation of U.S.-backed sanctions. On Monday, China criticized the United States for its role in the Ukraine war. A spokesperson for China's foreign ministry said, quote, while the United States has intensified its efforts to send weapons to one of the conflicting parties, resulting in endless wars and no end in sight for peace, it has frequently spread false information about China's supply of weapons to Russia, unquote. Last week, China released a 12-point peace plan to end the war in Ukraine. In related news, the president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, has arrived in China for a 3-day state visit, with U.S. Secretary of State Tony Blinken visiting Kazakhstan for meetings with top diplomats from Central Asian nations. In Turkey, at least one person died Monday when another earthquake shook Turkey's southeast region. 29 buildings collapsed in the tremor, which came 3 weeks after a devastating pair of quakes that killed over 50,000 people in Turkey and Syria. Over the weekend, the head of the World Food Program, Michael Beasley, described the situation in southern Turkey as apocalyptic. He said, quote, the scale of devastation here is truly incomprehensible, unquote. The Israeli human rights group B'Tselem has accused Benjamin Netanyahu's government of backing a pogrom in the West Bank town of Huwara. On Sunday night, Jewish settlers attacked the town, burning cars and homes and killing Sameh Aktash, a Palestinian man who'd recently returned from Turkey, where he volunteered to help after the earthquake. B'Tselem said, quote, the Jewish supremacist regime carried out a pogrom in the villages around Nablus yesterday. This isn't loss of control. This is exactly what Israeli control looks like. The settlers carry out the attack, the military secures it, the politicians back it. It's a synergy, B'Tselem said. The Israeli publication 972 magazine reports the Israeli military allowed the rampaging settlers to walk into Huwara, quote, on foot, while preventing journalists, medics, and Palestinian aid workers from doing the same, unquote. According to the Washington Post, Israel has not yet arrested any settlers who took part in the violence. This is Nabil Abu Radina, a spokesperson for the Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas.
Undoubtedly, this is a war against the Palestinian people, an inclusive war that is backed by the Israeli government. These settlers' attacks are part of the policy of the government, despite that some try to deny it. These crimes will not pass without penalty, and Israelis shall be held responsible for all that happens, and so does the military. And the American administration, who also backs this government, should stop all this violence and all these crimes. The Palestinian people shall not be defeated or back out, and we will chase after them in all the international platforms.
The settler attack in Huwara came hours after a Palestinian gunman shot dead 2 Israeli brothers from a nearby settlement. That shooting came 4 days after Israeli forces killed 11 Palestinians and injured 500 in a rare daytime raid of Nablus. In the latest violence in the West Bank, an Israeli-American named Ilan Ganelis was shot dead Monday while driving near Jericho. The Biden administration has vowed to crack down on the exploitation of migrant children working inside the United States. This comes just days after the New York Times published a shocking expose revealing how migrant children are working in gruesome and dangerous conditions at factories owned by many major brands, including Fruit of the Loom, Ford, General Motors, J.Crew, Walmart, Whole Foods, Target, and Ben & Jerry's. We'll speak to the New York Times reporter who broke the story after headlines. The Biden administration's announced manufacturers seeking federal subsidies to make computer chips will need to provide affordable child care for their workers. White House Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre outlined part of the plan Monday.
The need for childcare to boost our workforce is undeniable. Part of the solution to that is that the Commerce Department is going to require companies seeking substantial CHIPS funding to submit a robust child care plan that reflects the needs of their workers, communities where they plan to build.
Advocates for student debt relief are rallying outside the Supreme Court today as justices hear arguments in a case that could determine whether the Biden administration can proceed with a plan to eliminate up to $20,000 in federal student loan debt for many borrowers. President Biden announced the plan in August, but it's been held up over legal challenges. In other Supreme Court news, justices agreed Monday to hear a case that could decide the fate of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which was created by President Obama after the financial crisis. Rupert Murdoch, the owner of Fox News, has admitted under oath that many hosts on his network, quote, endorsed Donald Trump's false claims about the 2020 election. Murdoch also admitted it was wrong for Fox to keep interviewing pro-Trump conspiracy theorist Mike Lindell, the CEO of MyPillow.
Oh,
but
wow.
Murdoch
You don't say. You think that was wrong now in retrospect? Huh.
It was done for financial, not political reasons. Murdoch said, quote,
that doesn't make it any better. That does not make it any better. Fuck you. Hi, Cultivar.
It's not red or blue, it's green. Murdoch made the remarks in a deposition as part of a $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit filed by Dominion Voting Systems against Fox. In a new court filing, Dominion also revealed Murdoch had given Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, confidential information about Biden's campaign ads, along with debate strategy during the campaign. A warning, this next headline includes video that may be disturbing. Protesters gathered in Knoxville, Tennessee on Monday to demand justice for Lisa Edwards, a 60-year-old woman who died after suffering a stroke in the back of a Knoxville police patrol car. Edwards was arrested February 5th on trespassing charges after she refused to leave a local hospital following her discharge. At the time of her arrest, she was still wearing her hospital gown. Police body cam video shows she repeatedly told officers she needed medical care, saying, "I'm going to have a stroke and I can't breathe."
Oh my God. You've been medically cleared, so let's get in. My foot's wrong. I can't, you're gonna break me. Yes, ma'am, you're gonna have to get in. My ankle. I can't breathe. You've been medically cleared, ma'am. This is not going to work. So we need you to help us. Matt, you need to get in there.
At another point, Lisa Edwards can be heard telling the Knoxville police officers, quote, "You guys are going to let me die." One officer can be heard dismissing her warning, saying, quote, "It's all an act." Instead of bringing her back inside, the hospital officers placed her in the back of a patrol car.
They always think people are lying. It's so fucked up, man. Just fucking listen to people, maybe like a little bit. Ask a question or two. I don't know. Like, aren't they like literally like trained to like assess whether someone's like alert and shit? Like, I don't know.
Where she became unresponsive. Eventually, she was brought back to the same hospital, Fort Sanders Regional Medical Center. She was then placed on life support and died the following day. In an interview on WVLT in Knoxville, her son decried the police treatment of his mother.
I can't even wrap my head around it. I just don't see how somebody could treat someone like that. Like they treat her like she's trash.
Mexican soldiers shot dead 5 unarmed men on Sunday in the town of Nuevo Laredo, across the border from Laredo, Texas, sparking angry protests. The men were reportedly returning home from a nightclub. The Nuevo Laredo Human Rights Committee said soldiers fired at least 20 shots at the men who were in a pickup truck. A 6th person in the truck was injured. Soldiers later fired shots to disperse local residents who began protesting at the scene of the shooting. In Ecuador, Eduardo Mandua, an Ayacofan indigenous leader who fought against oil extraction in the Amazon rainforest, was assassinated Sunday. He was a member of the Confederation of Indigenous Nationalities of Ecuador. The group said Mandua was shot 12 times by 2 armed men wearing hoods while he was at his home garden in the town of Dereno. Mandua's murder is believed to be linked to the community's fight to block Ecuador's state-owned oil company, Petroecuador, from expanding its drilling in the region of Sucumbíos. Indigenous communities in the Ecuadorian Amazon have for decades dealt with the horrific health and environmental impacts of oil production. Over a decade ago, they won a lawsuit against Chevron over the spilling of billions of gallons of crude oil, which contaminated the water and soil and caused cancer rates among locals to skyrocket. About 15 climate activists chained themselves to the French finance ministry in Paris Monday in a protest demanding debt cancellation for countries in the global south and for wealthy, polluting nations to pay a climate debt. The activists, who wore red jumpsuits and masks, splattered fake blood on the walls of the French ministry.
We are chained up just like the countries which are most affected by global warming and are tied down by the debt they have to reimburse, which keeps them from putting money where they need it to protect themselves.
Meanwhile, in Norway, dozens of indigenous and climate activists chained themselves to the doors of Norway's energy ministry Monday to protest the placement of wind turbines on land traditionally used by the indigenous Sami reindeer herders. The protests continued today when activists blocked access to Norway's finance ministry. This is Sami musician and activist Ella Marie Hayata Isaken.
We are here to protest against the ongoing human rights violations, against Fosen, where 151 wind turbines are on the land illegally. That's according to a high court decision. But they are there anyway, so we demand that they should be taken down and that indigenous people's rights should be respected.
In Britain, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has reached a deal with the European Union on post-Brexit trade rules for Northern Ireland. Sunak said the deal will remove, quote, any sense of border in the Irish Sea, unquote. Speaking in Belfast, Sinn Féin Vice President Michelle O'Neill welcomed the deal.
Yeah, what I've said consistently throughout the whole of the Brexit debate is that the people here have been left in limbo, they've left with uncertainty. I'm hoping that today, because we're at the end of the negotiation, the deal is now done, I'm hoping that today all energy and efforts focus at home here to making politics work and actually getting around the executive table.
The U.S. Marshals Service has launched a new initiative to investigate missing and murdered Indigenous persons. According to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, there are more than 4,200 unsolved cases of missing Native Americans. Under a new pilot program, the U.S. Marshals Service will team up with the Yurok tribe in Northern California to help address the crisis. And this week marks 50 years since the start of the American Indian Movement's 71-day occupation of the village of Wounded Knee on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. The occupation helped draw international attention to the plight of indigenous people within the borders of the United States. The U.S. government responded to the occupation with a full military siege that included armored personnel carriers, F-4 Phantom jets, U.S. Marshals, FBI, state and local law enforcement. During the occupation, 2 Sioux men were shot dead by federal agents, and a Black civil rights activist, Ray Robinson, went missing. The FBI confirmed in 2014 he'd been killed during the standoff. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report.
Oh boy. So much
Steven
humor.
Seagal, you know, the guy that
Oh my god. Oh my god. This. I forgot about this. Oh my god. I also forgot that I'm sorry, I boosted the audio because it was quiet as fuck. It's my bad.
as if he knows Kung Fu. He received an award called the Friendship Award from Vladimir Putin. All right, let's go ahead and put it up full mass here. This is an interesting saga.
Yep. The Steven Seagal, friend of Putin, officially.
Vladimir Putin handed Steven Seagal the Order of Friendship Award for what? His humanitarian work. The awarding of this Friendship Award was announced on the Russian government-controlled internet over the weekend.
Dude, how tall is Seagal? Holy shit. He's a beast. .6'4". Goddamn.
The order recognizes people who Russia considers to have contributed to the, their words, not mine, bettering of international relations. The 70-year-old actor, who also holds Russian citizenship, has done so since, I think, 2016, has always supported Vladimir Putin. Steven Seagal was vocal in his support of Russia's 2014 annexation of Crimea. We remember that. He was obviously under some fire back then. And he is not...
An ever worse version of himself. Seriously, he's just trying to, like... outbest himself at being the worst, I guess? Outworst himself? Truly. I don't know what happened to him to make him become like this.
Leaving his bromance. In 2018, Steven Seagal was named as a Russian Foreign Ministry humanitarian envoy to the United States and Japan. That's what we call a play-play job.
Unreal, dude.
But he was given that play-play job, and it made him feel important because he's Steven Seagal. At the time, the Russian Foreign Ministry said Steven Seagal's responsibility would be to facilitate relations between Russia and the United States in the humanitarian field, including cooperation in culture, arts, public and youth exchanges. Last year, Steven Seagal even recorded this very touching, and listen.
Realize today's a very important day. Today is President Putin's
birthday. The way he talks. Dude, why does he talk like that?
Birthday. And I just think that we are now living in very, very trying times. He is one of the greatest world leaders and one of the greatest presidents in the world. And I'm really hoping and praying that he gets the support and the love and the respect that he needs, and that all the tribulations that are going on now.
What is this colored in ass hairline, dude? This Crayola ass hairline.
Will be over soon, and we will be living in a world of peace.
Sir, do you know Kung Fu or not, sir?
Sure. Allocation is impressive times over. True. Wonka. Yeah, I'm like, what kind of question? You trying to drop a JQ? Cause no. Mel Gibson with the alcoholism and anti-Semitism, or Seagal as he is there. Fresh after eating the Whopper. It's so bad. I literally don't know. I think I just want to die. Kill me instead. Right. Yeah. Fall so far and then just keep on descending into madness. Yeah, they're both so terrible.
Has anyone been...
He's so drunk, no one will remember my shame but me. True. That's a good point. Maybe the alcoholism could be a pro.
been able to answer that question? Did you take a class? Was it online? All right, no stranger to controversy. Let's put it up. Steven Seagal, in recent years, has been accused of many things, including sexual harassment by very powerful people and individuals whom we know. Nothing happened adverse to this particular
Finally
actor.
has company, yeah.
In 2018, Steven Seagal was accused of the sexual assault of Fabiola Darius and Regina Simmons. The two more women claimed that Steven Seagal had sexually assaulted them, allegedly when one was 17 and the other was 18, ironically. However, then DA Jackie Lacey declined to file charges against Steven Seagal. Now, keep this in mind, because I'm about to bring something home for everybody. We are right now in adverse conflict with Russia. Russia is an adversarial nation to the United States of America. They are adversarial to our democracy. They are adversarial to our technology. They are adversarial to our international interests. We were talking last year about possibly engaging in the next world war because of Russia and their murderous rampage. He's still called a patriot, ladies and gentlemen. People are still calling Steven Seagal a patriot for standing with Vladimir Putin. Who's calling him a patriot? Not those on the left, but those on the right. Christian evangelicals, conservatives, have decided to abandon the United States of America in their narrative about Vladimir Putin, support and embrace actions by people like Steven Seagal, who made pretty much all of his money from America, from us. Do you not find it ironic that no one is going to question his actual patriotism? But let me shine another light here. What if another person would have done all of this, would have received this friendship award? Somebody like, I don't know, Kanye West. If Kanye West would have received the same award, the narrative would be much different.
No.
Now, everyone knows my position on Kanye West. The guy obviously has hate in his heart for particular demographics, and I have exposed it right here on this show. But you cannot dismiss the reality that two individuals would have very different outcomes with the same circumstance affixed. Steven Seagal is being praised by the right. All right, share your thoughts here.
I think it's rich that he got, you said it's the friendship award from Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin doesn't even have real friends.
Right.
He doesn't have any real friends. There's blogs and groups about this, okay? So this is a man who is, and has really been for decades, Dr. Richey, trying to remain relevant, and he has these strong opinions, and he hasn't been relevant in years. I didn't even pick a side when, remember he had that feud with Jean-Claude Van Damme? Okay, now I'm on Jean-Claude Van Damme's side. I picked that side, okay?
Yeah.
This guy is irrelevant, foolish, and you're so right about the hypocrisy here, okay? Don't watch any more of his movies. Don't watch any more. Watching him run very strangely. Don't do it.
They're hard to find, but if you do, don't watch it. And I would say this, Sharon, I think you can kick his ass, just to be straight up with you.
I think you're right.
Yep.
I'm from Philly.
Yeah.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show on a week where we're uploading a new video every single day. So buckle up, hit that like button, and let's just jump into it. Let's knock out some quickie news to keep you up to date. You have Andrew Tate taking more public L's, with the Romanian judge now denying Tate's fourth appeal to try and end his detention. That, of course, related to his December 29th arrest, with authorities acting on their suspicion that he and 3 others were engaging in human trafficking and organized crime. And of course, since then, his detention has been extended 3 times, with the main arguments from the judge being that Tate poses a particular dangerousness, and arguing that a free Tate could potentially start publicly
Rot in prison forever, you motherfucker.
Identifying the 6 women listed as victims. So now he's behind bars until at least March 29th. And a very key thing here is that the authorities actually have the ability to keep this tactic up for several more months, because they're allowed to detain suspects in investigations for up to 180 days, which could mean by the end of June. Also, a side question, who did he give control of his Twitter account? Like, some of this stuff coming from that account is just strange. Like, what is this tweet? I was awoken last night by an icy chill and identified a ghost in my prison cell. He was terrified and begged me not to annihilate him. I sent him back to hell with a message for the demons. I am always ready. Also, in addition to everything else, the biggest hypocrite in the world. Motherfucker tweeted, when you lie, you make a very powerful enemy. God. Andrew, and/or the insane person who's tweeting about fighting ghosts. There's video of you on the internet where you knowingly sat down in front of cameras to speak on one of the biggest podcasts in the world, where not only did you admit, you gloated about lying to and scamming guys out of their life savings while posing as cam girls.
So the chicks would sit there and hit a keyboard that wasn't plugged in. And me and my brother, and eventually some staff I trained, would do all the talking. The girls were just pure, just famoosers, just laughing and doing this, their titties out. And they were talking to fucking ice cold hustlers.
Talking about how you trick poor saps into thinking that this cam girl loves them, but it's just like a bunch of people running their account.
I had these guys selling their houses, life savings, loans, all of it.
And you trick these poor guys posing as a woman saying you need money for this and that, so eventually they can kind of, see each other and be together.
She was famoosing when she was asleep. We were bringing in money for the fucking sky. We were promising all these meetings, all these pictures outside of embassies, all the.
And then when you scam them out of their money and they get mad, you make them seem like they're the aggressive guy.
Flip it on him, and he'd get fucking furious because we were really good at poking him to the point where we go like, "You're a fucking scammer, you fucking scam me." Get really mad. I can't believe you think I was a scammer. I was gonna come. I went to the embassy. You're a fucking liar. Every man in my life has only lied to me. I thought you were different. Maybe I just got too mad when she had a headache. Maybe I should have been a little bit more patient, and she would have been my girlfriend. And 100% of the time, in less than 3 months, with an apology, a brand new pile of money, and the cycle would repeat. We fucking killed the game. Millions of dollars a week.
Your life and lifestyle is built on a mountain of lies. You can hide behind your adopted faith all you want now, but you better hope there's not actually a God. I just don't think it's gonna go well for you. Then in huge online entertainment news, we gotta talk about Kai Cenat, because not only has he blown up over the past year to become pretty much the biggest streamer in the world.
I'll be back in a second.
He is absolutely smashing subscriber records over on Twitch right now. He's nearing the end of a 30-day subathon, with his stream now having been live 24/7 since it started on February 1st. Last week becoming the 3rd Twitch streamer to ever reach 200,000 concurrent subscribers, also reportedly the first black streamer to ever do so, with him now today beating out Ninja's previous peak of 269,000 concurrents, and as of recording reaching 274,000 subscribers, making him the 2nd most subscribed creator in the platform's history, only behind Ludwig, who managed to hit 283,000 subs in 2021. But I have a feeling Kai's gonna break this record any minute now. And then let's talk about the Take It Down project and what it really says about the moment. Because this is a project that's billed as letting young people take back control of their intimate images by letting them proactively choose to have intimate images and videos of themselves blocked from online platforms. So this would include to sexual. While that's how it's being described, it's also not just a platform for Reportedly, a parent or a trusted adult could do this process for someone in addition to adults who are worried about images from when they were under 18. And when you hear that, you might think what I also thought. Does that mean you're uploading your images to take it down servers, like on a database where it's going to get maintained? Doesn't that just open up the door for hackers to try and grab that data? Well, they say they already thought of that. So they say instead, the system works by letting someone choose the images they want to be blocked and then take it down, assigns a unique hash code, kind of think of it as a fingerprint for that exact image. So when a copy of that image is uploaded to participating platforms, it's checked for unique markers assigned to that hash and blocked if it matches. So they're saying that the actual image never leaves the user's device, and no one but the person who uploaded ever has access to what the image looks like. They're saying that the data is essentially completely open, it's just a bunch of numbers. And also, if the uploader wants, they don't even have to give any identifying information about themselves. Now, currently, the system is only available from takeitdown.ncmec.org, but pretty soon, Facebook and Instagram are going to have integration within their apps to make the process easier for people, with even Pornhub and OnlyFans being major partners in this project, meaning that they'll actively block and remove content that matches any hashes that people have uploaded into the database. With it expected that more platforms are going to join the project as well. And then, Crossley Green is going back to prison. Which, if you don't know, he was the man who was in prison for decades due to a 1989 murder, but he was released in 2018 after it was revealed that there were major issues with his case. Namely, that evidence that could have possibly helped him was withheld from his team. We're talking about things like notes from first responders saying that they thought he was innocent and that officers on the scene thought someone else was responsible. However, that decision was sent to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, and Green was placed under house arrest in April of 2021, pending their decision, which came last year when they ruled that while the evidence should have been handed over to the defense, it was ultimately immaterial to the case. Although Green's defense attorney at the time disagreed, saying that if he had known that this evidence existed, he would have handled Green's defense differently. But either way, what this meant was that this was headed to the US Supreme Court, and Green was allowed to be free until they made their decision, which we now know is that they've decided not to hear the case at all, meaning he's heading back to prison, with his attorney telling reporters, Mr. Green and his family were devastated by the news today. Yet they are a family of remarkable faith, and they are clinging to one remaining hope, that the state of Florida will grant clemency or parole. There is still time for the state to do the right thing. But they're granting parole, probably not going to happen. He's reportedly been eligible for a while as a model prisoner who's never committed an offense behind bars, but has refused to do so as it requires admitting guilt. And since he's vowed to never do that, it means that his only real option is to pray that Governor Ron DeSantis grants him clemency, which, I mean, that's a completely up in the air thing, right? Green's case isn't some like random unknown thing. It was actually a very big deal for a while. The prosecution has increasingly left doubt in people's minds. Right? His fingerprints were never found at the scene. Witnesses recanted their testimony, also saying that police coerced them. And that's just some of the issues. But at the same time, DeSantis has been on the record, like many Republican politicians, of wanting to be tough on crime. Although, notably there, he does have a record of granting at least some clemencies and pardons during his time in office. But for now, we'll have to wait and see. And then, more than 650 schoolgirls have been poisoned in Iran. That's the latest figure since November, when 18 students from a technical school were hospitalized. Reportedly, they smelled something like tangerine or rotten fish, and then they fell ill with symptoms like respiratory problems, nausea, dizziness, and fatigue.
What do you mean tangerine or rotten fish? Those are not similar at all. Those could not be more different.
And while fortunately nobody appears to have died thus far, the poisonings just keep coming, with more than 10 girls' schools getting targeted in the surrounding province since the first incident, as well as at least 194 girls in the past week alone. And as for who's behind this, we currently don't know. I mean, some suspect the government, others allege that it's an extremist group. But on Sunday, the country's deputy health minister apparently confirmed that the poisonings were intentional, saying it became evident that some people wanted all schools, especially girls' schools, to be closed down. Though we later saw him backpedaling on that, saying that he was misunderstood. But this, as a member of the Parliament's Health Commission, also confirmed they were intentional, and now the government says that they're investigating the incidents. And in the meantime, several schools have shuttered, and for those that haven't, girls are just refusing to return, with one teacher, for example, saying out of 250 students, only 50 attended classes. And the response to this has been utter frustration, with parents protesting outside of the governor's office in the city, where most of these cases are being reported, with one father shouting, "I have two daughters, and all I can do is not let them go to school." And another woman adding, "This is war. They want girls to stay at home." And a key thing with all this is coming as protests over the killing of Mahsa Amini last September still rock the country, with one human rights group counting over 20,000 arrests and at least 500 deaths. But the protests there have become more rare in recent weeks. And that's in no small part because of repression, right, the crackdown from the government, but also because people are more worried right now about their livelihoods rather than political activism, right? Because the economy there continues to crumble, with inflation at 53% last month, up from 41% 2 years ago. And the local currency is rapidly losing value, plummeting to a record low on Sunday, leading people to line up outside of exchange offices to grab as many dollars as they can before their life savings evaporate. With a lot of these problems, unfortunately, made even even worse by the crippling sanctions gripping the country, which have yet to ease since talks to revive the nuclear deal have stalled for months, with Iran having now enriched enough uranium for several atomic weapons should it choose to develop them, according to the UN's nuclear watchdog. And then, this is one of the worst accidental tragedies Europe has seen in a while now. It's believed that 4 days ago, a boat carrying up to 200 people departed from Turkey, seeking to unload near a seaside Italian resort. But this boat, while traveling through stormy seas in the black of night, crashed into some rocks and broke apart while trying to land. So it sank with many passengers swimming safely to shore, but also dozens more washing up dead alongside debris. The disaster killing a confirmed 63 people so far, though some fear that number could rise to 100, with among the dead at least 12 children. And as of recording, the Coast Guard has rescued 80 survivors, also arresting 3 they believe to be human traffickers. The bodies of those who died being blessed by a priest before being removed. The survivors also given blankets on the beach before being sheltered. But the trauma wrought from this is immeasurable. You've got families crying out for one another, parents screaming for their children, a man whose wife and 3 children died holding on to his only surviving son. And with all of this, one rescue worker saying it reminds us all that the Mediterranean is a giant mass grave with tens of thousands of souls in it, and it continues to widen. Because while over 105,000 migrants have successfully crossed the sea into Italy last year, some 1,300 are dead or missing. And as believed in 2023, 12,000 have already made the journey, with them usually fleeing from poverty, violence, and instability in third world countries to the east. In this case, coming from Afghanistan, Pakistan, Somalia, Syria, Iraq, and Iran, according to media reports. And as far as the response we've seen, you had recently elected Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, the far-right leader of what some call Italy's neo-fascist party, saying the only solution is to stop migrant boat departures and blaming the human traffickers who organize them. But also, connected to this, her government passed a decree last week that requires charity ships to return to port immediately after a rescue. So unlike before, where they would spend several days at a time out in the open water completing rescues before coming back. And any captain that disobeys because they're trying to save lives, they risk fines of up to $53,000 as well as their vessel getting impounded. And in fact, we're already seeing that happening. A few days ago, authorities detained and fined a ship from Doctors Without Borders. And then, if you've watched my show for a while, you know that in my 20s, I had an irrational fear of black holes. But as it turns out, the thing that I should have been scared of is the thing that's closer to this.
That shit's so fucked up. Why would you keep Doctors Without Borders from helping? What the fuck?
Floating rock, and that is the sun. Right? And that's because every 11 years or so, the sun goes through a solar cycle, solar minimum to solar maximum. And we're in the solar cycle 25, with the peak of the solar maximum expected sometime next year or in 2025. But in the meantime, that means that this year may be one of the most powerful years for the sun in a decade. And this is happening because the magnetic poles on the star abruptly flip, which messes with the sun's polarity. And that instability causing more activity on the surface of the sun, which causes issues for us. We're talking about things like it could ground planes, kill astronauts, and cause power outages. Right? As far as grounding planes, we're looking at a situation where the sun's magnetic fields are getting all messed up. They could crash into each other and explode. When that happens, energy and charged particles are thrown into space, messing with the ionosphere here on Earth. And fun fact or potential Jeopardy question, both satellite and radio communications rely on the ionosphere, which are kind of key things when it comes to flights. And so the FAA would ground flights. Also, as far as power outages, as the sun's explosions mess with the ionosphere, it can create currents which interact with particles on the ground. And that could theoretically flood infrastructure here on Earth to the point that it blows up transformers. Not those. Though notably, it would have to be an absolutely massive geomagnetic storm hitting Earth to put multiple transformers out of commission. And then as far as the killing astronauts, I think that's just that, you know, I feel like that's the most straightforward one. Right? I mean, I'm gonna give you the specifics, but I think you can fill in the blanks. You're like, yeah, sun explosions, probably bad to be out there. Right? But the sun, it lets off radioactive material that people here on Earth are mostly protected from thanks to the atmosphere. But hey, not all doom and gloom. As the sun becomes more active, like we talked about, it interacts with the ionosphere, and that's what causes auroras like the northern lights. And so when the geomagnetic storms hit Earth's ionosphere, the auroras become brighter and larger. So the auroras actually end up being visible further south than expected. Some even reportedly visible in the southern UK over the weekend. And ultimately, for me, this situation feels like the sun is my wife. Fun for me to look at, but also potentially deadly in certain situations. And that's where today's show ends. Thanks as always for being a part of my daily dives into—
Sorry, what? Sorry, what? Your wife is deadly? Is your wife trying to kill you, Phil? Phil, blink twice if you need help.
The news. Remember, this week, come back every day. I got a brand new video every single day, 7 videos this week. And if you miss one, I'll get you covered right here as always. But my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Have you seen recently how runway shows have incorporated working class aesthetics into their looks? I mean, there was the Balenciaga yellow vest.
Oh my god, yes. I fucking love Alice Capel. She's wonderful. She's the only good French person.
Sold more than $1,300. Recently, I was watching a Fashion Week reel on ID, and so that. I have no clue who this person is, but what is that? Another reel from them showed fashion designer Jeremy Scott wearing the same type of t-shirts that people at my village pubs wear.
So what is going on? Is that cultural appropriation, cosplaying, or cultural appreciation? And why is it so difficult to talk about the working class as an aesthetic? So these are the questions we're going to ask ourselves today. C'est parti! In a TikTok video produced by HackMag, one of their members described what she called Berlin poverty play. By that she means the tendency young urban Berliners have to cosplay a poverty aesthetic, to dress with worn-out second-hand clothes, to complain about rent and gas prices, but once they go back to their family home for the holidays, their Insta screams middle class or upper class even. She said that cosplay...
Yeah, I hate this. I hate this trend. Like, you don't get to act like you're working class. You have Balenciaga, like, leave us alone.
A working class aesthetic served to give those people strict credibility in a city that has a very important political history that, as she says, has anti-capitalism in its DNA. I found that notion of strict credibility super interesting, and I have also seen it in other places in the West. Not so much in Paris, to be honest, but more in places like Brooklyn, especially Williamsburg, and a little bit here as well in Barcelona. Now, those people don't look like the working class look like today. They look like the 1980s to 2000s working class aesthetic. That is exactly the aesthetic that was portrayed in that controversial photo shoot Kim K did with Kanye a while ago. They were posing in barely furnished rooms, wearing worn-out clothes, and people didn't like it, obviously. The most common criticism I saw was, why do you guys try to look like normal people? So street credibility, relatability, basically privileged people do not want to look rich, and you know, that's understandable. It's kind of a basic survival mechanism, isn't it? Now, the problem with rich people using working class aesthetic isn't limited to appropriation. In fact, if you're one of those people who believe we are too harsh with billionaires, well, I'm happy to tell you that the hate is reciprocated. Rich people do not like poor people. A really great book came out in France recently, and I hope it will get translated. It's called Servir les riches, to serve the rich. But there's also Owen Jones' Chavs that is a classic on the topic of class contempt. So for example, I found out in HackMag's TikTok video I showed you earlier that Urban Outfitters describes its consumers to Wall Street as follows. The urban customer we always talk about is the upscale homeless person who has a slight degree of angst and is probably in the life stage of 18 to 26.
What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck is an upscale homeless person? Oh, do you mean the millions of invisible homeless people? The people that you probably work with who are homeless and you don't know? People who are living out of their cars or staying on people's couches? Like that? That aesthetic? Fuck you.
To the fact that their consumers pay rent, they don't own a place. But, you know, you could have picked a better adjective, maybe. I found another example of class contempt in one of Tinoir's videos, in which she talked about female rappers simultaneously using sex workers' aesthetic, most of sex workers being working class, and expressing disdain for the same workers in their lyrics or in interviews. The combination of appropriation and class...
That's a great video. I highly recommend that you watch it.
...means that the way rich people are going to use the working class aesthetic is going to be very different from what it actually is. It won't be authentic. In his book on taste, French sociologist Pierre Bourdieu theorized that the pure gaze of the bourgeoisie is inherently different from the functional gaze of the working class. What distinguished the two was the primacy of form over function for the first, and of function over form for the second. The bourgeois prioritizes form, like, you know, there's nothing functional about going around with a lion's head stuck to one's dress, or red paint all over one's body. Now, you could say that sex workers, who are, again, mostly working class, also prioritize form over function, but it's not true. The pleaser shoe, for example, is engineered in a way that maximizes comfort. And yes, the form looks great too, but no worker would wear it if it wasn't comfortable enough. Similarly, when a British union member was interviewed on TV about an ongoing rail strike, one Twitter user commented, "Standing there in a £390 skirt isn't helping a cause about striking for pay rises." The first thing that I found interesting is that if you live in the UK, you know that the brand The North Face is often associated with working class people. And second thing is that, aesthetics put aside, a North Face coat is a good quality coat that one can keep for longer. So we have this image of the working class family buying a lot of fast fashion, but it's not really accurate.
Yeah, no, like, it's way better to buy something you can keep for fucking 15, 20 years. Like, I've had my Columbia coat for, like, about 15 years, and it's, like, still very good. Like, you just, like, take care of it. Like, and I bought it on sale for, like, $80.
Great, right? Working class, lower middle class households keep and reuse and recycle everything they can. In fact, most things have more than one function. In her autobiographical novel, The Years, French author Annie Ernaux described that everything had to be put to use. The pen case, the Lefranc paint box, the packaging from Le Petit Beurre biscuits, nothing were thrown away. The contents of night buckets were used for garden fertilizers. The dung of passing horses collected for potted plants. Newspaper was used for wrapping vegetables, dyeing shoes, wiping one's bottom in the lavatory. Now, the passage I read from The Years depicted the 1940s. At that time, globalization wasn't as strong as it is today. Capitalism and capitalist opulence wasn't as strong as it is today. That means that a statement like the bourgeois prioritizes form and working classes prioritize function isn't exactly true. For instance, Chris Smalls, the person that co-founded the Amazon Labor Union, is often seen wearing Gucci, Versace, so luxury brands. Big logos, visible labels have become a working class fashion staple, but maybe we shouldn't be too critical about it. As Alessandro Asteriti explained, by appropriating bourgeois culture, working class youth are temporarily escaping their own situation of disadvantage, to which they will be inevitably pushed back because the terrain on which taste and choices are made will shift under their feet. On the other hand, when bourgeois people adopt the culture of the working class, they are leaving behind the privileged position to which they will return. She therefore wonders, is it right to chastise the working class for internalizing certain behaviors and tastes when they are not in control of this process but victims of it? So yeah, the form versus function paradigm is a bit more complex than it seems. And you know what? Reducing the aesthetic of the working class to something that is functional can become a bit problematic. Why, you will ask? Because it means that ultimately what is
Picking up horse poop from what was essentially passing traffic, that feels a bit grim. I feel like this is old. I'm like trying to contextualize this and I am blanking. I'm sorry.
Aesthetically pleasing is the function, that the form only valorizes the function. What does she mean? Let me give you an example. You've probably seen the Soviet Union posters of working men and women. Those posters are beautiful. The aesthetic is beautiful, at least I find them beautiful.
It is.
But what I love about them is how the form, so...
They used it to fertilize potted plants. Yes. Yes. Yeah. That is grim. Grim indeed. I think my headphones just died. Oh no. Nar. Apple, why would you do me like this? You have forsaken me. Momentito. Brown gold. God, ew. Gnarly, dude. Nar. I mean, it is recycling. Reduce, reuse, recycle.
The material, the design, the colors enhances
oh, wait,
the...
I'm still not connected. Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
function, which is industrial work. In other words, the working class is beautiful when it works, when it produces value, when it has a function. On the other hand, the working class is perceived as ugly when it doesn't work it doesn't produce value, and so it doesn't have a function. So for example, it is unemployed. Now look at these two pictures. I found the one on the left here in Barcelona and this one in Berlin. So that is the type of working class that can be represented in the public space. They are both great, beautiful, that's why I took a picture of them. But you would never see a monument representing an unemployed man or a sex worker. So does that mean that there is no beauty in that?
True.
Okay, tell me how you feel when you see this. I saw it when I went to the MoMA in New York last year. It was set up and...
Anxiety. I feel anxiety when I look at this. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm worried about an electrical fire. I know there's like a whole concept here, but...
Photographed by Jeff Wall, and it is inspired by Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison. The novel is great, the picture is great, it was located in a very dark room, and it represented a black working class man living in an underground room wired with hundreds of electric lights, operated by power stolen from the city's electric grid. The book, the picture, is about, you guessed it, invisibility, and I don't want to say too much about it because I've been thinking about the video I want to...
The ugliest organ synth. This sounds awesome. I wish you could, like, make the soundtrack to my stream live. That would be great. The mole people in New York? I haven't heard about the ones in New York, but I did hear about the ones in Vegas. I watched a whole series about that. That was crazy. It's a very real thing. Live for a podcast, yeah.
And I'll elaborate a bit more on that one. But other example, one day I came across this Instagram page which gathers a collection of old pictures taken by a photographer running the page. I was skeptical at first because I believed it was yet another middle-class guy glamorizing the working class, but I was wrong. Rob Bremner simply took pictures of the people around him throughout his life, and it's beautiful as it is. What's beautiful about it, in my opinion, is the fact that Bremner knows the people he takes pictures of, and in the comment section other people share how it reminds them of this or that member of their family.
Dude, these photos are so beautiful. These are beautiful photos. I love this, like, just like random slice of life.
People around him throughout his life, and it's beautiful as it is. What's beautiful about it, in my opinion, is the fact that Bremner knows the people he takes pictures of, and in the comment section other people share how it reminds them of this or that member of their family. Bremner's work is valued by the people around him, and sure, we can politicize it, we can intellectualize it, but it doesn't need that to be valuable, if that makes sense. To conclude, I find the way the working class plays with form and function to be inspirational. They are de facto a source of inspiration for high fashion that then translates into everyday fashion. At a time where fast fashion is being criticized on all levels, the working class aesthetic and practices of buying secondhand, repopularizing old trends, refurbishing, experimenting is regaining popularity. So it's an opportunity for those of us who are not working class anymore or have never been to actually engage with the working class, to understand its values and beauty instead of either mocking it or fetishizing it for street credibility or capitalist gains. I'm starting to work on a really cool video that uses some of the things we talked about today, a new way of envisioning fashion. I'm really excited about this video. It will be out at the end of the month, hopefully, so if you don't want to miss that, subscribe to the channel if it's not already done. Anyway, that's it for today. I hope you enjoyed it. As always, the conversation continues in the comment section. Don't forget to like, to know
Thoughts of New York from that Facebook group. I'm not familiar.
I've already asked you to subscribe. Did you though? A big thank you to my Patreons for their support, and a special thanks to top tier Patreons Christopher, Ian, Donage, Ren, Alex, Sam, Jay, Dakota, Manuel, Benjamin, Oswald, Carla, and Perry. That is it. All I have to say now is salut.
Salut. Wonderful.
This video is one part me being nosy and also unsettled, but also trying to pitch this woman to be on The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. That's it. That's my intro. Hi, I'm Mandy, you're watching Swell Entertainment, and today we are talking about Burgundy Waller, or Chip Girl. Chip Girl became known as Chip Girl on TikTok because she has a chip in her hand to unlock her front door and things around her house, and her getting this done with her husband, gosh, 2 years ago now, went a little viral because it was just very weird and unsettling, and the face her husband made when they first used it and it unlocked the door. I don't know why that face he made set my ick on fire, but it did. It felt weird. It felt a little dystopian. This whole thing feels a little sci-fi dystopian. But we're going to talk about Chip Girl and her account and just the whole Chip house.
People of New York concept, random people around the city with a few paragraphs about something from their life. Oh. That sounds nice.
Chip dogs, Chip family, all this stuff, because I'm feeling nosy. Is it too early to say dickhead? Because that's what I'm feeling like. I'm feeling like a dickhead.
Dude, what is this? What is happening?
So we're just gonna talk about this. So let's first talk about the initial video that I got shown, and I'm assuming most of you got shown, that just red flags all around.
Not.
So the original video is back from when Chip Girl was going by, I'm gonna keep calling her Chip Girl because that's how people know her, but her government name is Burgundy. But she was originally going under the screen name Best Blonde Life, and she posted a video, my techie husband.
Someone would on Facebook started out doing AI composite images. Oh God.
Husband convinced me to get a chip in my hand, and it's from this store, Dangerous Things.
Horror show portraits alongside nonsensical text. Please send this to me.
Augmenting yourself with a chip implant. That's where she got it. She went and had it put in by a professional. Doesn't actually show the procedure, but the wall that she's sitting in looks like a little bit like a prison cell. So I would not be surprised if this was just done in someone's house or like a cheap office space. Like, I don't know if she went to a doctor or what. Installation procedure, let's see. X-Series tags are typically sold preloaded inside a sterile injection assembly, which is used to inject the transponder into the subdermal fascia. That's wrong. Fascia between dermis and muscle tissue. We typically suggest they be installed.
I think it's fascia.
In the webbing between the metacarpal bones and the index finger, I'm gonna throw up, and thumb, resting parallel to the index metacarpal. Achieving this safely requires a steady hand and experience performing aseptic procedures. Dangerous Things prefers our customer locate one of our personal body piercing or body modification partners to complete installation of the product. If no partners are available in your area, you should be able to follow this guide to finding a professional in your area who is willing to assist you. Maybe they were in a tattoo shop, but I keep hearing them say like, oh, it was installed by a professional. Not that tattoo artists and body piercers and body modifications aren't specialists and that they're not professionals, but the way that she's saying it makes it sound like it was like a doctor. Should we find out how much this cost? The chip is? Let's see. Welcome to Dangerous Things. We've been working with human implant technology since 2005, and we're happy to help with your upgrade. I do think AI is a very big threat right now to like the future of humanity. Side note for this whole video, what's something that you have heard recently described as an innovation that you genuinely thought was an innovation?
YOLO.
Because lately, every time I hear someone say this is an innovation, it's something stupid that they just stuck LED lights to, you know? Like that's all it is. And so let me know.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know, like, if that's okay. It's definitely a red flag. It might be way more than that. It's, like, very strange. Why did he do that? What do you mean? Like, what the fuck? Oh, my techie husband. Ugh.
If you find anything. NEXT RFID and NFC chip implant, $89.99 to $227.83.
Babe, can I track your location at all times with the microchip? Forever?
XSIID NFC and LED implant, which is literally a light, $120. When you activate it, it lights up. You got I don't know why this bothers me more than the other one, but I don't like either of this. I don't like this. I'm not a fan, okay? If Elon tries to come near me with some chip to go in my brain, no, it's not happening. It's the future, no, okay? And on one hand, since I brought up Elon, I should say that at least with how they present themselves online, Burgundy, her husband Mike, we'll talk about him in a second, and Chip Pups and all of that, they are doing what I request of rich people, which sounds stupid for me to say that, but I request that if you're gonna be weird with your money and all this other stuff, do it in your own home, which they are for the most part. They are trying to buy a private jet right now, which is a work in progress. Apparently, like, it's ordered, it's being delivered in 2024, which I don't like.
We're gonna do this entire journey with you guys from start to finish. This journey started in 2022.
Delivered in the second quarter of 24.
And at this point, we've just been waiting. But today is the exciting stuff. We're starting to design the airplane.
Pick one up in 10, 15 years. Yeah, for real.
This is basically what it looks like.
Like,
But
it's
that's one
not going to be fun to have that taken out and replaced.
thing versus, the dick measuring contest that all of these rich people keep trying to have in space, okay? Dumping tons of chemicals into the atmosphere for 13-minute flights and all this dumb crap. Do I like that they're going to have a private jet? No. However, it's not space travel. It's not Elon getting rid of the high-speed rail in California because he doesn't like public transport and then making a stupid version of public transport under the Las Vegas Convention Center on Las Vegas's dime. That's another thing. I don't like it, but they're doing the bare minimum, which is just doing weird stuff in their own home, okay? To themselves, even. Then she goes and puts it on the internet, so I get to talk about it. So, what can this chip do? Some types of access to control.
Oh yeah, Implanon. I forgot about that. I thought about getting that, but I'm so scared of, like, being able to feel it. Like, I feel like that would freak me out. And I have heard some horror stories. I think it was my cousin, maybe? Someone I know, like, it, like, rejected from her body. Yeah. It's pretty gnarly, too. Like, the needle they use to put it in is, like, massive.
Applications. So this is the same thing, except this one has a light, I believe, is the same thing as what Chip Girl has. Hers does not have a light as far as I can tell. And then they have the magic ring, which we will talk about them in a minute, but the
Yeah. I don't know, because, like, she was super thin, so, like, I think, I don't know, it may have just, like, not had the space to, like, embed. I don't know. Bumped or squish. Ooh, yeah. Yikes. Oh, that's so scary. I don't like that. There's so many complications with all of them. Like, IUD, which is, like, what I've had and, like, is my favorite, honestly. But, like, there's still, like, a lot of risks there, too.
magic rings, which are basically the RFID things, but a ring form. So it's like this, my Aura ring, but specifically for unlocking things around the house and all of that. That is $59 to $186. So it's used as a key. She got it injected. It goes right in here. It's in her hand. She shows the Band-Aid covering it, and then they unlock her front door with it because they have an RFID thing with the front door. Yeah, the face her husband makes. I don't know why that stresses me out so much. I'm rewatching it now and I'm like, So the very original video was deleted. This is a re-upload from a Chip Girl fan page, and I believe they're the ones that put Britney Spears Toxic over it, so I can't actually play you the audio from the video. But this shows the before and then after of her getting the chip implanted and it working, and then she...
And now the surface metal device. Pill format. Pill format. What the fuck? They literally are. It's the same. Oh shit. Wait. It's a 1-to-1. They stole their bars.
She shows her husband's face and I wonder if the reason this video was taken down, I don't know if it's taken down. Actually, I just could not find it on her account. Who knows what happened to it?
30% microplastics at this point. Shit me. Suck it up. I mean, yeah. I guess why not?
Maybe it got taken down, whatever. Maybe it got lost when she changed her account name. Espelon Life has been deleted and some of her other videos have been deleted as well. I don't think the account was deleted entirely. I think it was just changed over to Chip Girl here. Obviously, when she got the chip, she started making videos about the chip in her hand and all of that, and people started talking about it and commenting on it, which is my guess of why they deleted it. Because I'm sure it was a lot of comments of like, okay, until I kill you and cut off your hand to break into your house or something like that. Because I think what happened was someone said this was safer than having a key, because obviously you could.
Wait, I just realized that like the last bone on our fingers looks like a pawn piece in chess. Is that where that comes from? Stomach resistant plastic. Oh. Oh. Fascinating.
Lose a key, someone could steal your key and they could still get into your house. I have a key fob, an RFID chip that I use to get into my apartment, okay? Not to my apartment itself. I have a key to get into my apartment, but to get into certain parts of my buildings, I have one. I have another one that opens up the garage for me to get into my apartment building that way. None of this is safer, I guess you could say, because those can be stolen from me. My keys could be stolen from me. My hand could be stolen from me. Have you seen those videos on TikTok where it's like husband goes on trip, so lonely wife unboxes boxes? I saw one where she like pushes him out the door, closes it, and then just takes the battery pack out of the electric door so he can't get back in. And I was like, is that all it takes to disable one of those doors, is take the battery pack out? Could I disable someone's front door just by destroying their RFID chip? Or would the power still work? Like, I don't know how that would all work unless you really...
Oh my god, that's crazy. True. Oh my god. Wow. Words... rigid. Some sharp points. True. Yeah, that sounds terrible. You don't want to get like getting stuck. I have a rock.
They have like an industrial government grade lock system on your house. People, if someone wants to get into your house, they will probably find a way into your house. So she started doing Chip Girl content from there, which is why she changed her account name to Chip Girl or just created a whole new Chip Girl account. Since then, I believe her husband also got a chip. I don't know when. I don't know if he did, but they had chipped their entire house. They chipped their bedroom. They chipped certain appliances, drawers in their nightstands, all this stuff.
This one's for our bedroom.
Oh my
Before
god.
You say, no, you don't. I got nothing up my sleeve, guys. Like, it's my hand. And during quarantine, Mike and I made these prototypes where we chip lock our furniture. This is definitely a prototype because it's not perfect. But I can unlock my nightstand. I can lock my office. We've got these all around the house. And even my desk. Look at it. Why would you chippy your whole house? Because it's a proof of concept. And we're a really techie and innovative family. Great chip up.
And so that just makes me wonder, I'm assuming he got one. So let me explain the family situation, because if you just watch a couple...
We're not like other families. We are innovative.
Of her videos, you might be a little confused. Burgundy is, I believe, Mike's second wife. No big deal, okay? She refers to his kids as either her kids or bonus kids, but she usually just says, like, we have kids, okay? There's 4 children. 3 of them are young, so they don't show their faces. But the oldest daughter's name is Manhattan, and so I think she's a teenager, and she's in some of the videos. She makes her own accounts, things like that.
I have 4 bonus kids, which are just stepkids. I just don't like the word step. They're my bonus children. I have 4 of them, and yes, they're actually
bonus children. Jesus Christ.
Human beings. I think a lot of people get confused because I always only show our dogs, and they're like, do you actually have like real human children? Yes, they just aren't allowed on social media. Except Manhattan, she's on here.
Those are her bonus children, and she says she doesn't like saying stepmom or step-parent, so she's bonus mom. It's not a big deal. I just wanted to point that out in case you start watching some of her videos and you're like a little bit confused. She does explain it every couple of videos because people ask, because she's pretty young looking, and so I think that's why people ask. Now, I had no idea when I was doing all of this research that I think Burgundy was involved in Mormon Mom Talk. Like I said, they're in Utah. She is Mormon. She was raised Mormon. She was in the Mormon Mom Talk group on TikTok.
Kids, the booster pack. chips and a keychain fob. Surgery is totally redundant. Yeah. Yeah, that's like what Amanda was saying is like, yeah, your hand can also be stolen. If someone really wants it, like.
I believe, at least according to this video from 2021 that we're going to talk about in a second. But Taylor Frankie Paul was someone involved or a big fixture of the Mormon Mom Talk group. There was this whole scandal that involved swinging. I don't know how much of this is actually proven to be true. There was a divorce happened or 2 divorces.
I guess there is like the inconvenience of carrying it around, right?
There was this whole thing, but basically there's a bunch of Mormons and Mom Talk and all this stuff, and them and their husbands were like involved in swinging together, but there was all these rules. And apparently Taylor and one of the other husbands like they were all at a party or something, and they went off in another room and kissed or something. I do think it was just a kiss according to what I remember. That was against the rules because the rules were that you all had to be in the same room or something like that. You couldn't go away and go off by yourselves, and that was like breaking the rule. So that led to a divorce, or to at least Taylor getting a divorce. But there's a video of them all together that Taylor posted of Chip Girl in the background, and apparently they did like a little retreat.
I'm not even gonna try and sing the song, but imagine a bunch of Mormon moms dancing too. I'm gonna beat that hoe from the back.
And all the Mormon moms came to their house, and they're all wearing the rings to get around the house because, as we'll see in another video, they got a bunch of these rings so that, because again, all their houses are RFID locked, that they programmed a bunch of these rings for guests and stuff to be able to get in and out of rooms and go about the house.
Chip Girl and Chip Guy here, and we are getting a few new chippy rings. And by a few, I mean like 1,000.
Jesus Christ.
What's a chippy ring? You guys know I have a chip in my hand.
Why? Why do you have so many? Bro. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, the ring seems to work pretty well.
Locks things around our house. This ring does the same thing. So once Chip Guy programs it, when our guests come over, all they'll have to do is scan it.
Do you deactivate them once they leave? Does it deactivate it after a certain amount of time? Is it deactivated once you take it back from them, or do you take it back from them? What if someone's like, I like this ring, this is cool, I want to hold on to it because I would think it's cool and for a limited time, you know? But like, what's stopping one of your friends from going and killing you? Because again, if you're gonna get murdered, the likelihood of it being someone you know is pretty high, you know? If they wanna break into your house and steal your stuff, they have your ring, and then also are you keeping track of who has what ring, you know? Because what if I switch with 15 people? And then I use their ring to get into your house, you know? But here's them wearing matching pink tracksuits and dancing while all wearing rings. Should we talk about the Chip Pups? They have 2 Goldens, I believe, and they have a whole mini house, tiny version of their house in their backyard that's just for their dogs.
Wake up, Chip Pups. I let them sleep in this morning. I wonder if they're still in bed. Look who is still in bed. Good morning. How did you sleep? You didn't even get out of bed. You definitely deserve a treat. Let's go wake up your brother. Luigi. Well, good morning.
They're so cute.
How did you sleep?
So you may have seen the Chip Pups here, or Chip Girl here, going to wake up the Chip Pups. Like, those are the videos that have been going pretty viral lately, and that's where I was reminded of her. Again, I hadn't seen any of her videos in a while, but I was seeing
their dogs have a nicer house than I do. What the fuck? Same, dude. What the fuck? Literally, what the fuck? Fucking tech bros, I swear to God.
Chip Pup videos. So they literally have like a tiny home in their backyard that's just for their dogs. And she goes and wakes them up. They also have a full separate account that seemingly is the same videos that I see on her own account. So I'm not sure if she's filming separate videos or re-uploading, but obviously if it's just like, let's go wake up the Chip Pups, it's time for the Chip Pups to go to bed. It's a pretty easy formula to replicate routinely. So probably different videos, but I can't fully tell. Things in our tech house that I absolutely love. A piano that plays itself. Fun. Touchscreen toaster. That's like $300 for this toaster. Phone and control panels that manage everything in our house. Designated gaming stations with like easily $10,000 worth of Apple products. Multiple forms of transportation for getting around the house.
Jesus.
LED lights hidden everywhere. And then people asking valid questions like, I'm assuming you can
What do you mean getting around the house? How big is this shit?
The rings after they leave, I think they have to return the ring. What if they don't? Then they can disable them. Are you sure? Certain doors to unlock. Damn, and here I am short $300 to pay my rent. I mean, Yes, we could do this whole thing about capitalism and wealth hoarding and all this stuff. But like, again, it's in their own house and they're not trying to take things away from people. As far as I can tell, he made his money from allegedly making an app and all of that. He's also involved in a crypto coin, I believe, which again, crypto mining is not good for the environment. We can talk about that too. She's also recently going back to law school. Chip Girl is, Burgundy herself is. Apparently she had been in law school and dropped out, I think around the time she started dating Mike or got married to Mike. She apparently proposed to him because she was like, what's something you didn't get from your first marriage that you would want, or your first relationship that you would want that you didn't get, or whatever.
A pianola. Interesting. Didn't know it'd been around that long. That's crazy.
And he said to be proposed to, so she proposed to him, and he said yes, and that's kind of cute. I like that. Take initiative. I don't think that's I think that's cute. My whole reasoning for wanting her to be a Real Housewife, okay, is because I really want to know what Lisa Barlow would say when she walks up to her house with Burgundy, and Burgundy uses her hand to unlock the door. Okay, I really just want to know what Lisa Barlow would say. I want to know what Meredith Marks would say. Okay, I just want to know what anyone would say.
It is kitsch, but I do find it kind of cute. I like weird things like that. I like kitsch. I like camp. I like things that are just kind of like there for the aesthetic. I'm okay with it.
Dude, I don't even think they're in the Salt Lake City area though. I can't tell. Where are you at? Here's a video of her showing everything that her chip hand unlocks. More recently, she did a chip on her nail for a manicure that like literally leads to her TikTok.
Here is the chip. We're literally gonna put it underneath my manicure. First step, build polish. Now we're putting the chip in.
Why?
Now we cure it. Now another layer.
Why? You're just wasting a fucking chip. Bro, what? Saloon style upright retro ones, yeah.
Can barely see it. Now we're filing. This chip can hold a lot of information. Lots of different information. Now it's time to add color. We're doing a light pink. Hopefully it hides the chip. Top coat. It's done. Now it's time to program the chip. The chip can either be the key to our house, or it can hold information like a resume or a website, or even a TikTok. So I have programmed the chip. Right now it has my TikTok on it. Quincy's gonna...
A TikTok? A TikTok, bitch, why? Oh my god.
Showcase how this works. Put the chip up to the reader on the phone. There we go. Boom!
I think that's fun. That's fine. If you want to do something like, okay, here's my data, like for events and stuff, that's kind of a fun little trick. I think that's fine. That's removable. So she just got acrylics done. They did the, I think she got gel manicure or gel acrylics done or something. And then they painted them pink. So you can't see the RFID chip, which is cute, I think. I think that's fun. That's something fun and temporary. It's not an implant into your body. Now, obviously dangerous things exist. She is not the only one who has an implant in her hand to unlock her doors and stuff. There are just people who don't talk about those things like that. They're like, oh yeah, this is nice. I don't have to worry about finding my keys. I'm drunk. Open my door. You know, things like that, okay? I'm sure there are plenty of people who have that. That's where I'm worried, is the en masse when these things go nuclear and a company hacks them and suddenly not only are they not inside your house, they're inside your brain. We designed our X-Series transponders for easier removal. Unlike animal transponders, we do not coat our tags with BioBond or Parylene, making removal or replacement easy. Check out this blog post for more information and video explaining the removal process. Does it need a power source, or is the power source you? That's where I get worried. That's where I start thinking sci-fi, and I'm like, eventually the technology is gonna form with your biomedical shiz, and then now you are part robot. You know, that's where my brain, the horror writer in me, the sci-fi goober is like, I'm concerned.
Emailing your fingers.
That's where I'm worried. She's got the removable ones on top of the nail bed, fine. Take that, fun, whatever, that's fun. For an event where I don't want to keep having to share business cards and things like that because paper and all this other stuff, a little RFID thing on my tag, here you go, scan my hand. It's kind of fun. Your body can reject a piercing. Can your body reject an implant like this? Your body can reject a transplant. So like, what if your body rejects a hand implant? The fact that she's going to law school, I do like. I always think that's nice. She gets super dolled up for law school. She literally has a glam squad that does her hair and makeup before she goes to law school. every
Great.
day. If she's not auditioning herself,
Of course. Yeah, I mean, it's not that big, right? Like, they use this in animals. I don't think there's, like, a lot of rejection risk, but I could be wrong.
submitting herself for the Real Housewives, consider this the formal application for Burgundy Waller Caldwell to be on the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. Do I know if she's in Salt Lake City? I have no idea. Hermes is the chip pup, technically. He's got a microchip in him.
Yep.
Data information.
I have chip cats.
I mean, can you be hacked? Is someone gonna hack Hermes? I can see someone trying to hack Hermes. All in all,
No.
this is just me being concerned on this video. Forget being creeped out. I'm concerned. Let's go with that. The chip hand. Am I worried about someone cutting off her hand and getting into her house? No, not particularly. I'm more worried about like this becoming like, this is like the cool thing. Like this is her whole, she's like, chip girl here, you know, that whole thing. And the future of what that means for society.
So a lot of you guys may not know this, but the reason she is called Chip Girl is because she literally has a chip in her actual hand. And now she is going to show us the actual, so this is a kit where you can put the chip into your hand, right?
Do not do this by yourself. A trained professional put it in. I'm just showing you for educational purposes.
Yes, that is
Okay, so this is a dangerous things box. The chip comes in. This is the needle. Huge. That goes into your hand.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to
Ain't no fucking way, dude. Why? That's enormous.
show you what it looks like when you insert the chip into your hand. So
No!
this is crazy.
No! 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 Ah! I don't think I can show that.
That's what's in my
That's
hand.
what's in your hand.
And that's what opens our doors.
I'm fucking screaming.
Will I be getting a chip implemented in my hand so you don't have to? No. But that's gonna be it. What do you think of Chip Girl? Did you see Chip Girl's original video? Did his face also freak you out when she saw the door open his face and he was like, you know, what did you think of that? Do you also think that no one should own a private
Wider than the tube for colonic air. For real, it's so wide. Why was it so wide?
jet? Do you also worry about the future of humanity for all the future RFID chips that will be implanted into us against our will? Do you also think that she should be on the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City? If she is in the Salt Lake City area, let me know. Comment down below.
Against our will. Oh my god. Amanda, what? Are you like a conspiracy theorist now? Come on. I don't think anyone's gonna force you to do anything, sweetie. I think you're fine.
Podcast, the Swell Shenanigans podcast. Reminder, I've merged like this mug and a shirt design for this video that'll probably be something like AI scares me or RFID these nuts or something. I don't know. Shout out to my patrons. Thank you so much for supporting my Patreon. If you also explore my Patreon, link is down below. I just want to know my social media. That'll be all up here. And that's going to be it. Have a lovely day. Goodbye.
Before we start the video, I want to introduce you guys to my new cat. His name is Stir Fry, and he's 4 years old. You might hear him meowing in the background, but isn't he adorable? For every 1 like this video gets, I'll give him 1 treat.
Stir Fry! That's so cute!
Go ahead and run up those numbers for the little baby.
So many treats!
You suckers. There was no cat. I was lying to you. This is a
What the
random
fuck?
YouTube video I found. But you
What
already
the
clicked
fuck?
the like button and it's too late to take it back. Unless you dislike it, which is essentially removing your like, but don't do that. Don't do that. That would be cruel to Stir Fry. Hello mutuals, and welcome back to this video right now. Today I want to talk to you about bait online, e-trickery,
Mhm.
data deception.
We tried to give people a life-saving vaccine and there was nearly a coup. God damn it.
Opposite of truth online. World Wide Web of Lies. Writing is hard. You all know that my job here is to relay stories and events to you and then offer up my own interpretation as a lens. And it sounds simple enough to do, but it does require all of the information I'm telling you to be accurate. And that is not always the case. In a part of my last video, I touched on a lengthy and nonsensical wizard threat someone sent to a trans person. I was commenting on how vile and pathetic I found it to be, and I included it as evidence supporting my overall point. But in doing this, I goofed up. There were a lot of comments saying, Duncan, that is a notorious copy pasta that transphobes use. They just altered this one to be wizard themed. It was bait and you fell for it. And I was embarrassed. I didn't know that it was a well-known thing. It was a trap and I fell for it. And now it's trapped in my video forever. But an hour later, I go, hold up. If the original copy pasta was meant to be an insult, and then this modified version is still an insult, bait or not, isn't it still what it intended to be? And then that got me thinking about all the other types of internet bait and the people who fall for it and whether or not those consequences really matter. And the ones that are usually the heavy hitters are the recycled content, the provocative posts, the good old-fashioned clickbait, and even some of the unintentional ones. And I'm going to talk about it because my brain's broken. The recycled content is pretty tame on the bait scale. It's essentially just someone reposting an image or a joke that came from someplace else. It's not exactly plagiarism because the reposter usually never implies it's theirs, but all of the attention that post will gather now goes to the reposter instead of the original poster. I hate saying poster. Look at this. Some guy was playing music outside and it attracted a bunch of kittens to listen to him. It's an adorable image. And I remember seeing it on Tumblr when I was 14. That is nowhere close to being a new story, but because it was reposted this year, people don't know if it's modern or not. And I have no idea who posted the original because that's lost to time, but all of this attention and engagement is going to this new guy. Elon Musk is basically only using Twitter to do this now. He's always reposting bland, old memes and then never crediting where he found them and just harvesting in all those likes. And sure, it's participating in this weird subculture of stealing memes, but I just think it's sadder when a CEO does it. So the recycled posts are bait in the sense that they are drawing in engagement to a post that you didn't create yourself. Overall, that's pretty harmless. It's not really a big deal. But what is a big deal are the provocative posts, because those usually end up in fighting. And this is just when someone is deliberately provoking an audience in order to draw in more attention. It's the all press is good press way of being a dick. Brand accounts love this because every time they post something mildly unprofessional, the replies are always half people being like, whoa, that's edgy, and then the other half being like, you're a burger restaurant, don't say that. Celebrities do this all of the time. For example, here's a haunted cosmetology brush saying something offensive.
I'm not into all the other bullshit. I think,
What other bullshit?
Gotta start timestamping my memes for real.
The they and them.
Yeah.
And all that extra shit that we added during the pandemic because everyone was so bored in their fucking houses.
And then after a day of that becoming a conversation and drawing in attention, they double down on it.
You know what I'm not gonna do? Back down from my opinion, from science, from facts.
Essentially just stoking the flames of burning makeup. You'll also see some posts that will just say something objectively opinionated in the hopes that people are going to argue with them in the replies, and they usually do. I do love this one, actresses with 0 haters, because that's already getting a rise out of the people going, 0? What about me? And then it's too late. It goes on to show some well-known performers, all of them very talented.
Only freshest stinkest memes.
Also, all of them with some...
What? Oh my god. No, I love dead memes. I love ancient memes. I'm somewhat of a meme curator, if you will. A meme antiques dealer.
Kind of backlash against them. In terms of bait, it's a gold mine. Sure enough, someone in the replies points out the arguing and the OP responds with this, which isn't a verbal admission of guilt, but I think we can read between the lines here.
Farm to table, fresh organic memes, grass fed. Free range.
Oh, he's a video of a kid saving his mom from falling. Look at him go pick up the ladder. Oh. And he's holding it still for her. Oh, that's really cute. I like that. Pop quiz. Is this video staged or authentic? The answer is it doesn't matter, because everyone's arguing about it in the comments and driving a bunch of engagement to the post.
Oh my
even matter
god.
if it's real or not. Maybe
It's all engineered, man. They knew exactly what they were doing.
Kid was an actor with 0 haters, this wouldn't be an issue. But here we are. And on the topic of videos, we get to
Tenderest
clickbait.
lamb chops.
We're going to be hitting a little close to home here. And I'm not talking about having a slightly over-exaggerated image. That's fair. There's nothing being done there. I'm more talking about
my
the
God.
images that are showing people a completely fabricated shot taking extreme artistic liberties. And I totally get
Responsible meme farmer. It ain't easy, but it's honest work.
why some people do this, because a wild design is going to draw in a lot of attention, and you want your video to stand out and people to see it. But then you get into the algorithmic advantages of a certain color scheme or thumbnail layout, and it starts to become a little dubious about whether you're authentically showing what's in the video. In terms of severity, this is another one that's really not the worst thing ever. I think most people generally know that you're not going to see this exact shot in the video and that thumbnails are like book covers, usually to really dumb books. But it still exists as bait because it's drawing in people with the hopes of boosting your engagement. This one is my favorite because it is just unfortunate. This one is kind of a cousin to the provocative posts, but this time there's a misunderstanding here and there's a joke that someone's not getting. You see this a lot.
Meat Free Mondays. I like that. Yes, do it. Do it. Brilliant.
With gimmick accounts that are trying to curate a specific type of post because they want to include everything. And some of the ones they include are just very clearly jokes and not real. You also see this a lot in the dynamic between
No! What the fuck? Panda, no. That sounds delicious. I'm not a panda enjoyer myself.
YouTube and TikTok, because there's a lot of videos on here that are just curated TikToks with the added commentary on top of it. And I am in no way exempt from this, because I've talked about a lot of TikTok trends, and it is complete.
Beyond Orange Chicken. So it's like Beyond Meat and then orange chicken. It's like a vegan meat alternative.
Completely possible that I've included one or two videos as examples that were satirical and just went right over my head. I probably based my arguments on it being real, so I'm very sorry for that. It will happen again because I'm very gullible. Thankfully, most commentary videos that compile TikToks don't read into each individual one too much, so if there's a joke that slips in there, it's fine. There's a level of acceptance you need with this one because it really comes down to recognizing senses of humor or if someone's being sarcastic or not. And that one's always going to be a real coin toss because we're all different and comedy is subjective. Nice. Not every post is going to telegraph irony, and there are some people who are just not going to give the joke a chance. But at the end of the day, it doesn't even really matter because either way, the posts are getting engaged with, and that was always the goal.
Industrial Dorito dust waste. No, I mean, maybe that's what it is, but no, I don't think so.
If you're hoping for a solution, I'm sorry, because we're always going to have some kind of bait online. It's always been there, and it likely always will be. So how do we all improve here? Because if we're going to run into bait, how are we supposed to know when it's real or not? How do we prevent ourselves from being fooled? I think the best answer is to cut yourself some slack and accept that at some point in time, you're going to get tricked. All of us are going to encounter bait. Some of us probably already have today. For myself, my purpose here is to comment on things I find online, and to me, it's preferable if those things are real. And I do try my best to spot any indicators that it might not be authentic, especially because I'm probably going to be ranting about that thing for a long time, knowing me. It's unrealistic to have a 100% success rate there, but if running into bait is a guarantee, then I can't expect myself to catch it every single time. None of us can have that 100% success rate, so if you fall for a little bit of bait, it's fine. It is what it is, and it always
happens.
is. And don't forget, bait doesn't mean false. All it means is that someone is going to benefit from you engaging with it. That's not the worst thing in the world. Definitely make sure to give things a critical look before you engage with it, but as long as you are at least considering the slight potential that it could be wrong, then I think you're doing all you can do. And maybe you'll get lucky and it'll be one of those times where the bait isn't completely fabricated. Like, I'm sure there's somewhere in the world a cat named Stir Fry that looks like this. I just don't have him. But I want him.
Aww.
And
Get a
I have
cat.
now baited myself into getting annoyed. Damn, baited myself. Shout out to the Real Stir Fry, wherever you are. Good night.
Shout out. I love stir fry.
Welcome to the
I'm sorry, what? Keevers, what the fuck? Why are you fraternizing with TERFs? Why it's inaccurate. Well, I mean, that's good. Cut off the sharing of hate bait. Sure. Sure. Let's have a little hopium.
Cancer. We're going to cure cancer.
Cure for cancer.
Holy dank.
To find a cure for cancer.
At this Why point, is it so dank?
We're not looking for a cure for cancer anymore. Cancer is hundreds of diseases, so really we're in a multi-front war against all of them.
The war on cancer.
The new frontier in fighting cancer.
A new cancer vaccine.
It's
Why is it so fucking loud?
Considered one of the most promising fronts in the battle against cancer.
But nearly no improvement in others.
Cancer cases in people under 50 are rising dramatically.
What I didn't realize was that cancer is a problem for our generation in a way that it wasn't for previous ones further back. Look at this. In the US, our grandparents' grandparents died of all kinds of things. But slowly, we began to conquer the diseases that killed the most of us. And that's how, with developments in vaccines and sanitation and modern medicine, just plain living longer, we revealed cancer. It's the monster that was under the bed the whole time. Worse, it's the monster that was inside our bodies the whole time. Here's the stat that really got me. Half of all men and a third of all women in the US will be diagnosed with some form of cancer in their lives. Around the world, out of every 6 people who die, 1 of them dies of cancer. I don't say that to scare you. I say it because if you think this topic doesn't apply to you, specifically you're wrong.
Well, great. Thanks, Cleo. I came to you for hopium. What the fuck? What the fuck? To be challenging the options of respect.
And me. There's an uncomfortably high chance that at some point in my life, I might get that call from a doctor. People I love already have. So the question is, what can we do about it? Over the past couple months, I've gotten obsessed with this topic. I've spoken to doctors and patients. I talked to the head of the Biden cancer moonshot. I got my brain scanned. I'm gonna show you how we fight cancer because it is amazing. But I also found something else. In this video, I wanna make the case that though we have made enormous leaps with new cancer treatments, we have also largely ignored the single best way to save the most lives.
Are we winning the war on cancer? War on cancer.
The emperor of all maladies.
A civil war in the body.
We've made tremendous progress in the war against cancer, but we haven't won yet.
Cancer is crazy. It's different than talking about a virus or anything else, really, because cancer is us. Too much us. Cancer takes a thing that makes us live, a human cell that divides, and kills us because it can't stop doing that. It divides uncontrollably.
What is cancer? Well, that's answered wrongly most of the time. Cancer is, to be blunt, life in abundance.
That's Greg Simon. He ran President Biden's cancer moonshot. He was in charge of coordinating the whole US's massive, but often messy, cancer efforts. Actually, when he was first appointed.
And they did not even know I had cancer.
Yeah, Greg has leukemia.
And my doctor says, your PSA is fine and your cholesterol is fine, but by the way, you have leukemia. Now, even I know that's not how you use by the way. It's more like, by the way, there's something on your lip.
Rhetoric towards discussion. Seems to be doing okay. I mean, hey, that sounds good.
Not, by the way, you have a deadly form of cancer.
If you ever get a similar call, you should know that there are 4 big ways we fight cancer today. Cut, poison, burn, melt. In lots of cancers, when those uncontrolled cells start to divide, they glom together, creating a tumor. This is localized or early stage cancer. And if we catch it here, we cut it out.
If you can see the cancer and it's early, that's always what they do. Boom. We'll just cut it out before it spreads.
But with some cancers, like Greg's, you can't do that. And with others, it gets too late. Cancers can spread into nearby tissue and then later into other parts of the body. These are regional and then later distant or metastatic cancers. Once cancer has spread, the question that doctors have to deal with is, how do you tell what's you and what's cancer? So what's poison? You know that one, that's chemotherapy.
I get in a chair, nurse comes in, puts on a hazmat suit. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm the one getting the drugs. Why am I not covered up? She said, well, I don't want it to be dripping on me. It's incredibly poisonous.
Here's a story. In 1943, German forces bombed an Italian port, sinking 17 Allied ships. This one, an American ship called the John Harvey, was carrying a secret cargo of 2,000 bombs filled with mustard gas. The toxin spread into the water as soldiers swam to safety, and they died. Horribly. And when doctors examined their bodies, they found that the gas had stopped certain cells from dividing. This moment is sometimes cited as leading to chemo. It didn't. It's an extreme early example of the chemical effect. Back in the US, researchers at Yale were already experimenting with ways to alter this poison to stop cancer cells from replicating. Today, chemo is often paired with radiation, that's the burn category, damaging the DNA of the cancerous tissue and killing cancer cells.
It's either burn, poison, or cut. And now there's a new one, melt. So the drugs I get melt these cells. So the new immunotherapy drugs that activate the immune system, they demask or unmask the cancer cell, and the immune system goes, that's not a cop, that's a crook. How did we miss that? And they go get them.
These methods have saved millions of lives. Cancer treatment is astonishing now, and these are just the big categories.
So yes, technologically, there is a huge breakthrough.
Melt is a weird way to describe that, but all right.
And it's happening every year in all kinds of different cancers.
Mm-hmm.
But here's what's not happening. We're not detecting people early.
I know it's better to catch cancer early, but how much better? How does it compare to a new treatment or something? In the course of making this episode, I got invited to get a free screening for several different kinds of cancer all at once. There are lots of ways to detect different kinds of cancer, but the one that I'm gonna get is a full body MRI. By the way, what I'm doing is controversial. I'm getting screened for cancers with no symptoms and without a specific higher risk that I know about. Many doctors would tell me this is a waste of my time, or worse, it could give me unnecessary or even damaging care. I'll come back to that. I can't take my camera in with me, but I'm going in there. All right, here we go. I'm all done. I'd never gotten an MRI before. It was really interesting. It sounds a little bit like this. Boom, 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 boom. Please hold your breath. Wham, 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 wham. Ding. That's what it sounds like. I'm feeling a little bit nervous about the results. Like, there's no evidence that I have cancer. There would be no reason for me to get a checkup. I don't. But like, that's the point, isn't it? I wouldn't know. I'm not gonna string this out. They did not find cancer. Here's what my very normal body looks like. Unremarkable is the word that they use. This is the company's founder, Emmy Gall, and this is Dr. Dan Sodikson, their chief scientific.
Unremarkable. Only a good thing when a doctor says it. 20-minute walk away from all the stuff you'd need.
Officer, and get this, one of the inventors of how modern MRIs work.
Welcome back.
By the way, they didn't sponsor this video or anything. You're always gonna know when stuff is sponsored. They offered me a free trial and I tested it out. Okay, the reason why they care so much about early detection is that if you find cancer, whether you survive depends a shocking amount on when you find it. Different kinds of cancer differ wildly. but broadly speaking.
Metastatic cancer has a single-digit percentage survival rate for most cancers. Regional cancer has a slightly higher, but still kind of around 20-25% survival rate. Early stage cancer, so while it's still localized in the organ, has a 80-90, in some instances 99% survival rate. So like, you can survive that cancer if only you can find it when it's localized.
These are general numbers. Specific types of cancer differ wildly. But just look at how survival rates drop
So
across
scary.
the same kind of cancer if you discover it later.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, pancreas is one of the bad ones later. It's not good. Very bad. Dude, it goes from 99 to 30. Holy.
Basically, you can have the same kind of cancer and have these completely different outcomes and treatments.
If you detect cancer early, you can do surgery and most of the time you're done. If you detect cancer late, you need to do surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, and the 5-year survival rates decrease significantly. I strongly believe we have a cure for cancer. It's early detection.
At this point in the episode, I was expecting to be talking about cancer vaccines or kinase inhibitors or immunotherapy. It's something that I keep hearing about in the news. Those things are crucial. But the number of lives that we could save, if we just got the right people access to what we already have, my whole understanding of this.
The right people? What do you mean, the right people? How about we just give the access to everybody? How about everybody gets access? Huh?
This topic just shifted. And because I'm always interested in the tech angle, let me nerd out for a sec. The detection tools that we have now deserve the same kind of awe and like fawning headlines that we give our new cancer treatments. Like, do you know how an MRI works? Until I made this episode, I did not. It is wild, and it became widely available in our lifetimes. Just quickly, an X-ray is a shadow picture, like a hand with a flashlight, but for your bones. An MRI is a water map made from radio emissions from your body.
It turns out that the nuclei inside the atoms, inside the water in you, actually point in a certain direction. They have what's called a spin, which you can think of like a compass needle.
So I was inside a big magnet, which was moving and making those sounds, which was then causing my little water compass needles to go and emit a radio signal that was detected and made the image.
And that is the signal, this radio signal that our bodies are emitting, that we then detect. How do we detect it? With a radio antenna.
So we can see our smushy insides and detect possible tumors. And that's just one tool. Like, there's so many options now for how we can better see ourselves. I started to imagine a world where getting cancer screenings was like getting an annual dental checkup or something. You like catch them early and you cut them out and you save lives. But it's not that simple.
The problem is if I were to just do an MRI on everybody who walked in, I'd probably find a bunch of largely irrelevant stuff. Well, then you're following up on lots and lots of nonsense, and you're terrifying patients and you're increasing expense to the medical system.
So our medical system waits until you have a sign of cancer.
But for many cancers, by the time you have symptoms, you're past the early stages. It's frustrating, but there are good reasons to be cautious here. For one thing, detecting someone early might mean that they live longer after their diagnosis, but not that they live longer total. Imagine detecting someone at 60 versus 67 and they both die at 70. This is lead time bias. Or you might catch a lot more cases that are mild, so it might look like your survival rate went up, but actually nothing changed. This is overdiagnosis bias. These are good reasons to treat the data with healthy skepticism. Early detection isn't good by itself. It's good if it actually leads to better outcomes for patients. And there's another conversation about costs. How do we make these?
Not pharma companies so that it gets shared. Yeah. Yeah, I want to believe the best from Cleo. But yeah, that phrase is maybe not the best phrasing. Maybe not the best wording.
These tests cheaper? How do we make them more accessible? How do we make sure that people don't go into medical bankruptcy? But if you hear people say that more information is worse for the individual somehow, that it's scary, or that it might cause harmful follow-ups, I don't get stopping there. Like, First of all, keeping information from people is paternalistic, but more importantly, it's on us to develop a healthcare system that incentivizes proactive care and doesn't incentivize harmful follow-ups. Not to say, oh, we can't get more information because we might act poorly on it. Like, what? And don't get me started on the messed up incentives here. I'll let Greg handle this one.
So why don't we go out and be more aggressive in the way we detect?
Capitalism. Let me guess, is it capitalism?
Money, lack of focus, and there's not a lot of glory in creating an early detection program
Capitalism.
compared to developing a new drug.
And as a result, we're lagging on things that in the context of curing cancer should be straightforward. Cancer is deeply human, and it seems to me like the fight against cancer is too. We're fighting our own bodies, and we also need to fight our tendency to look toward the next shiny thing.
What does it gain society to develop more and more expensive treatments for fewer and fewer people if we don't find a way to treat the more and more people who are dying of treatable cancers?
It's not that people should get
Good call. Good call, Tired.
tested all the time. It's that in the push for new treatments, we've ignored a lot of people that could be helped by what we have right now. The story was really eye-opening for me. And if I can leave you with one final thought, I said the story was relevant for specifically you. Now, after watching, if there's one thing that you should take away from this, it's ask your doctor about what tests you might benefit from and when. I know I'm glad I did.
Come on. She's so fucking naive. Oh, just ask your doctor about what kind of test might be relevant. Which, half people don't even have a doctor. You have to know that. You've got to know that. You're smarter than that, right? Okay. Good. Oh, there's the new Fury End. I forgot about that. Oh, and there's more AI stuff. Oh, there's so much more AI stuff. Oh my god. I have to make a whole AI folder right now. Okay, let's do fun stuff though. Actual fun.
It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single...
So this is Carolina Zabraska. She's very funny. If Pride and Prejudice was a podcast.
man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife. It is universally acknowledged no single man in possession of a large fortune is not in want of a wife. You certainly will agree, however, that their way of obtaining those wives is somewhat flawed. Why, not long ago, I heard a gentleman describe what he thought was an accomplished woman. Can you guess what he said? Pray do tell. He said a woman must have a thorough knowledge of music, singing, dancing, all the modern languages. And besides all this, she must possess a certain something in her air and manner of walking. Astonishing. The tone of her voice, her address and expressions. Indeed. If a gentleman comes into marriage choosing his partner solely on such superficial qualities, and he is not taking into account whether or not there is indeed deepest affection, the marriage is bound to fail. The number one cause of failed marriages is finances. Now, indeed, there may be some other issues, such as not...
As a manifesto. What? Wait, I'm missing something, I feel like.
not being able to produce an heir or undesirable family connections, but 75% of the cases, it is about finances. Surely you must agree, however, that where there is love, all such circumstances can be overcome. You know my opinion on the matter. Indeed. Love is absolutely not necessary for a successful marriage. It can, however, be developed consciously by both parties. What do you think encourages affection? Dancing? Lo and behold, this one might surprise you. As it turns out, 68% of marriages that were on the brink of collapse were saved by having a renowned patroness. 68%. Having a patron can not only solve your financial woes, you also get valuable guidance, you save up on dinners, and in case there is some tensions between the spouses, one of them is always a way to assist the patron. That is why you should get yourself a man who is shy and reserved, for if he doesn't talk much, there shall be no quarreling. That I cannot argue with.
Welcome to the base.
God. Oh my god. Oh, yeah. True.
Basic baby name spelling bee. I'm your normal named host, Trey. Let's get started. Contestant 1.
Hi. Okay.
Your basic baby name is Breckensley.
Breckensley, could I have the language of origin, please?
Breckensley, stemming from Utah, based off a single life-changing trip to Breckenridge, blended with the name of her best friend from youth camp. Breckensley.
Breckensley. B-R-E-C-K-I-N-C-L-Y. Breckensley.
That is incorrect. Yeah, it actually ends in E-I-G-H. It's the new way we spell Y, and we don't know why. Okay, tough break. Next. Your basic baby name is Jackson.
Jackson. Oh, that's a classic, right? J-A-C-K-S-O-N.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, that is incorrect.
Well, what else? J-A-C-K-S-E-N?
That is also incorrect.
Having a heart. Do you have a silly name? You name your kids some bullshit with extra letters and shit? Oh no.
J-A-C-K-S-I-N.
Wrong.
God, it's like Wordle for Mormons. J-A-C-K-S-Y-N.
Even farther. No.
You guys you're doing the X's now. J-A-X-O-N.
Colder. No.
J-A-X-E-N.
Wrong.
J-A-X-I-N.
No.
J-A-X-Y-N.
Wrong.
J-A-X-O-N-N.
No.
J-A-C-K-Y-N-X. I don't know.
J-A-C-K-S-Y-N-N-E.
Oh, for the love
of course.
Okay, contestant 3. Your basic baby name is Aidenlyn.
Aidenlyn. Okay,
Aidenlyn.
Is that a name for a boy or a girl?
No clue. They haven't done their gender reveal yet.
Okay, Aidenlyn. Aiden. A-I-D-E-N-L-Y-N-N. Aidenlyn. Well, did I get it?
You know, I don't know. I guess we'll find out when they announce the gender. Next. Contestant 4. Your basic baby name is Tiffany.
Tiffany. All right, it's gotta be something. Okay, I got it. T-Y-F-F-A-N-Y.
That is incorrect.
Okay, T-I-F-F-A-N-I.
Incorrect. But it is like you think it's spelled, but it has a P in there.
T-I-P-H-A-N-Y.
Incorrect. No. It's the classic spelling of Tiffany, but she loves dinosaurs, so the P's at the beginning.
You've got it. That is terrible. No, I'm not.
Next. Okay, final contestant number 5. Your basic baby name is
Tiffany. Tiffany.
Oh my god, that was it. The name is La Giuliana. Ladies and gentlemen, our basic baby name champion. It's a girl.
Oh, wait, is this whole thing a gender reveal?
Yeah, it's a girl. Aren't they all? For Aidenlyn's parents, which means it's a girl, so it's spelled with a Y. Contestant 3, you still lose.
Oh my god, the whites are at it again.
The whites are at it again. Who will stop them?
It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life. And I'm feeling in pain because I keep sleeping weird. Like my whole back feels up. Hey everybody, what's up? If you're new to my channel, my name is Chris Clemens, or if you're not Clementine, welcome back to the dysfunction that is my channel. Sorry, that was a really good stretch and I was really into it, so.
Okay, I'm kind of tired, so I'm gonna do something shorter. Do we want to do Noel Miller or Ethan is Online? I'm gonna do the Noel Miller.
Well, last time I socked out a bunch of 10-year-olds. I mean, it was only
easy.
Like, yeah. No, it was actually a fair fight.
Easy clap.
Yeah, it was pretty even.
They're like, what the f*** are you looking at, Pipsqueak? They're like, yo, who's this fifth grader? You did this. You said, I gotta get out of here. And you do the Scooby-Doo run. And you get in your like little battery go-kart.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
And drive off. Throwing bananas behind you like the Mario Kart. you want to buy a dilapidated horse ranch for $4.5 million, that's your decision to make. You know what I mean?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another riveting episode of The Price is Wrong. Today I'm with Papa Meat Canyon, animator extraordinaire, winner of the 2022.
Dude, I don't want to start the video with this bull, dude. I'm also checking into my flight right now.
Now, of all the people I know, Hunter roasts me the most.
Is the poorest.
Yeah, he is the poorest. He has the poorest upbringing. I feel really comfortable talking down on him.
Yeah, it's easy to punch down.
Yeah, completely. So that's why I like him. That's honestly why he's my friend. But also, Hunter roasts me the most.
I do.
For my financial status. He's the one to humble me. And so he, in a way, inspired this series. So I feel it's only right that we have him on.
Royalties.
Yeah.
Is what he's saying. Are owed.
Well, cut the cameras.
Yeah. No, honestly,
dude, stop talking about the massive pile of cash I have, please.
Under my bed. And it's in a vault built into the floor.
Please stop talking about the money that the bank said they cannot take because I've given them too much and I have nowhere else to put it.
There's no more room.
What am I supposed to do with it?
We don't have so much square footage here. What bank do you have? Can you disclose that? Look at him. He's getting all flustered. There's deep hackers online, and if they know where I bank, then...
Well, after I took over the Murdoch accounts, it's been kind of a muddy thing.
A little place called Goldman Sachs.
Yeah.
No!
Yeah.
Is Goldman Sachs even a bank or is
No! Noel, how could you?
Just like a loan?
I think that's an investment.
All right. So they probably... Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Price is Wrong.
As an animator, you are rolling in it, dude.
Yes. If you know anything, historically, animators have been treated the fairest, and it's a very, extremely lucrative business.
Is that sarcasm?
Yes.
So true.
Extremely. Yes, we're all very poor. Every show that you've ever loved that you buy stuff and it's all the merchandise, they don't get any of that. It goes to the studios, and then you get a cute little kiss on the neck from the studio, and they're just like, God, you're so lucky to be working here. You realize that if you don't do this for next to nothing, there's
a kiss on the neck. Oh my. Ayo.
Line of people that will do it for next to nothing, right? Okay, sweetie? Now go hug John Lasseter for 7 minutes. Remember that?
No. Who's that?
You know John Lasseter, the guy head of Pixar?
You know, I know who he is.
He literally would, that was like a part of his thing was that he'd be like, come here. Like that, and he'd give you like a big, but like incredibly long hug to the female staff, and he'd sit there, you know, and he'd just squeeze. It's cozy, you know, like type deal. He also is no longer with the company, so, but that was a part of it. Feel free to Google it, Lasseter hugs. Put just a little Google screenshot of that, because I bet you it's one of those like top search things.
Yeah,
you don't have to click a link; it's just right there reading.
His PR is having the worst time trying to just push that result down at least even 3 or 4 items. Well, on that note,
he promised me lunch. That's why I'm here.
You know, well, he can't resist.
I can't. I can't. If you can't tell on camera, they always say the camera adds 10 pounds. I'm actually morbidly obese in real life too. So
I can confirm.
In case I didn't come across.
All right, well, let's get into the first item. How much is a 4-pack of corn on the cob from Walmart?
Easy, got it. Can I just go whenever?
Yeah.
I would say $6.99.
Yeah, I'm gonna go like 5 or 6.
I was gonna go lower. My small brain, I was gonna say like $3.99.
$3.99. I mean, that's probably fair too. Is this the 4-pack in the produce section, shrink wrapped and everything?
Yep.
It's a 4-pack of that. Organic? A Walmart organic?
Regular.
I'm gonna say $5.99.
Okay. Survey says $3.98.
Look
Damn.
at you.
Yes.
Wow. Should have guessed that though. $1 a cob.
That's the fun in this show. It's to see if your favorite creators are looking at the receipts anymore. It's not really. It's actually, it's very difficult. I can't tell you how many I've bombed.
No, I think that's still very true. I'd love to hear what's the worst out-of-pocket guess that someone's made, do you think?
I think it had to be when Cody guessed minimum wage.
What did he say minimum wage was?
Isn't it 15?
11?
He was in like 1960 with his hourly wages.
Yeah, he heard it
So
in a movie
bad.
one time.
Yeah.
That's probably what it is, right? I gotta get out of here. People don't realize that's like his catchphrase for off camera. I gotta get out of here.
Yeah. You know, he's gonna watch this and he's like, I'm out of here. I'm not watching this anymore.
I'm not watching this anymore. Google Chrome, force quit. I'm heading to the
Force
bitch.
quit.
How much is it for Cody's casket after we burned him to a crisp?
I'm gonna go on a limb. I'm gonna apologize.
Oh wow.
I'm sorry. So if he is watching this, I want him to feel a sense that right now, this is all good fun.
Cody, you know you're just gonna get it from me next week, so
Just
see you
for
soon.
fun.
All right, moving on. Item number 2. Now this is according to What? How do you even say this? Expensivity's World Beer Index of 2021. What is the average price of beer in the United States?
A beer, just one.
Of a single beer.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that means like
Interesting. I don't buy a lot of beer. I'm gonna be honest with you. Buy a lot of seltzer. It is like similar-ish pricing though, I think. So what, like $2 something?
okay, there's a couple different things.
Yeah,
here.
this one's complex. Does this include bars?
Yeah, apparently they serve it like bars,
Oh,
hotels.
then maybe like
This is
4. If it's like bars too.
a wide net of checking in.
You have to factor in like some airport hotel cleaning out your
Well,
wallet.
and this is the average median of
True.
all beers.
All beer.
$3.50. I'm trying to find an average between like Natty Light and then like some hipster thing.
Yeah.
Or whatever. That's gonna be $9. That's called like Tire Patch or some shit like that. So I'm trying to think. I'm honestly very comfortable saying $3.50.
I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna say $5.25. Survey says $4.75. Neither of us.
Hey!
I went under though.
I was pretty close.
So that counts.
Yeah,
In Price is Right terms, if you go over, you lose. So I
Yeah.
technically won that one.
Okay, we'll give it to you.
But then, you know what? Thinking in that's a middle of the goalpost kind of deal.
Yeah.
A little high, a little low, but right there.
Yeah.
Not bad.
No, I think we're still reasonable.
I also don't drink beer.
Oh, you don't?
I do much healthier things like hard liquor is mostly what I do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I don't like to get bloated.
Yeah.
Off beer.
You sure you? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. There's just only so much elastic.
You know the max elasticity on your skin?
No, on my clothing. I'm pushing it.
Well, speaking of bodies, number 3. How much is a 16-ounce peanut butter chocolate chip cookie dough shake from United Dairy Farmers on the corner of Frames and High Street? Frams and High Street in Columbus, Ohio.
16 ounces is a lot of ice cream too.
It's a shit ton of ice cream.
Is there a picture of the building?
Yeah, let's get an image. Is this near a college?
Yes, this is the local Ohio State United UDF.
Is this a?
So this is like a hipster kind of like, this is cool. Kind of thing.
I would say hipster. It's just kind of like your late night go-to, kind of.
Now, is this a chain?
Yes, it is a chain.
Okay,
It's a
so that
popular
changes
chain.
things.
It's a chain. I'd say it's like the Wawa of the Midwest.
Makes it a little
if I had
cheaper.
one.
Makes it a little cheaper then. Him saying Wawa though also f***ed me up because Wawa's pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Got affordable sandwiches.
Do you want to take a look at the street view of what it looks like?
Yes.
I like this. We need to set up a TV.
Visual information is what I need to see.
That's what a UDF looks like.
Oh, that's not nearly as fancy as I thought it was going to be. This is definitely a cheap shake.
Yeah, college kids. If college kids love it, then it can't be that expensive.
I'm going to lock in $7.25.
Yeah, that's
I
what
don't think
was
it's
feeling.
that much. I think it's gonna be like 5.
I'm gonna go $6.75.
You.
I think you're
$5.50.
right. Survey says for the 16-ounce peanut butter chocolate chip cookie dough shake from United Dairy Farmers on the corner of Frames and
Frams, dude.
Fram and High Street in Columbus, Ohio is $3.99.
Wow. It's f***ing Ohio. It's Midwest bullshit. Should have realized those fat son of a bitch. They just like that's the size is like, you know what I mean? It's like getting a Route 44 cup from Sonic and it's like $1.72.
Yeah.
The
I'm
fuck was I
surprised this
thinking?
isn't 99 cents. You sure you
Right.
want to go to the 32 for $1.99?
I guess. Are you trying to donate money to Children's Mercy?
No.
No, I did that at Panda Express earlier.
There's a Panda Express across the street from the UDF on Frames and High Street.
It's a bit tricky going across 4 lanes, but I do it. I get it done.
Hey, you know, ever since I got the diabetes, my left foot kind of tingled, but you know, I could get through kind of quick, you know?
Don't need your left foot to drive.
I'm telling you, man, you should start doing stand-up. You're killing it in Ohio right now, man.
I don't respect stand-up comedians.
That's cool because I'm a content creator.
Sad.
Hey guys, just so you
Sad.
know, this stand-up set isn't
Stop being mean.
gonna be anything like you've seen before. We're gonna do interactive TikToks, and we're gonna be filming videos, and we're gonna do a couple reactions of some kooky stories online, and a dating device debacle at the end. Let's ride it.
Alex, bring me that ring light.
God.
There's a new podcast duo in town. They're large, they're clean, and they're coming to your tiny screen.
And here you are, 1 Coke Zero.
You know, a couple birdies told me that you might know where the James Corden sex tape's at.
His name's the Rat.
This is amazing.
The sign says no smoking, asshole. Give us the James Corden tape, asshole. Go ahead. Blow me away.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, this one's gonna be fun. Hunter, why do you drink so much? No. Well, what is the fine for public intoxication up to in California? So what is the maximum?
What's the maximum fine you can possibly get?
A hint is the jail time can be up to 6 months.
Public
I would say $2,000. People that are getting
Yeah, I'm gonna guess 2. No, maybe like 3K.
up intoxicated, that would break. That'd be like a breaking number, like $2,000.
I want to throw this out there because I want it to be fair. I've heard of people getting DUIs in California paying anywhere from like 15 to 20 grand.
That's a DUI though.
That's a DUI. No, I'm just throwing that out
It's
there for
perspective. Yeah.
Yeah.
But 6 months also, that's pretty crazy.
That's a decently long time
6
to
months
be.
in a county jail.
$10,000 doesn't seem unreasonable now. I mean,
It's California.
In California.
That's why I bring it up. Is like we unfortunately haven't killed our friends in a supercar while driving drunk, kind of like the kids in the Hype House do.
I feel like it's going to be a ridiculous number where it's like, but I mean, it's like that's like the most excessive it could ever be.
Right.
Because there's like traffic laws where it's like you could get fined up to $25,000,
Yeah.
but you know,
Yeah.
I've never heard anybody that does that. I'm going to say $50,000
For public intoxication, that's up to no. I think that's crazy. I'm gonna walk
You
you
think
off
that's
that
too
ledge.
much?
I think that's crazy.
Then I think I might. I'm going to stick with $10,000 then. If you're publicly intoxicated and you like are near like a school or like something weird like that.
That's what I'm
That's what I'm
thinking.
thinking. It's like the fine's crazy. And then I'm thinking if you sat there and you like punched out like 3 kids because you're publicly intoxicated.
Yeah.
Well-
like $50,000 doesn't seem that crazy.
Then that's like battery and assault charges, like on top of.
Yeah, but those are assault charges at that point.
Yeah.
As well.
That's true. So that's not the same thing.
Well, the last time I socked out a bunch of 10-year-olds, I mean, it was only
Easy.
like- yeah. No, it was actually a fair fight. You know, given how I'm built.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty even.
They're like, what the fuck are you looking at, pipsqueak?
They're like, yo, who's this fifth
You
grader?
did this. You said, I gotta get out of here. And you do the Scooby-Doo run. And you get in your like little battery go-kart.
Yeah.
And drive off, throwing bananas behind you like the Mario Kart.
A small man chased out of a school today on his go-kart after
It's
being
okay.
called-
Luckily, he's a millionaire. He's doing just fine.
Oh, well, let's be accurate. Billionaire. No, if I have $10 million, that horse ranch would have been cha-ching. Give it to me. I ain't there yet. When I get my race car ranch, then you guys can. I'll just hit 10
Race
mil.
car
I want to buy
ranch.
an alligator. I've wanted to build like a studio, like
Yeah.
a big studio with a moat, and put alligators in it.
Please subscribe to
Fucking
me, Canyon, so you can get a alligator
With
moat.
one,
Let's
and
fucking go.
honesty, and I will do this. This is a promise. As soon as I get enough land and I have a big enough studio, I want to get one of those big ass tortoises.
Oh yeah.
And have like a little back scratcher. Have you ever seen a
Wicked.
tortoise go through a back scratch? Like
Not
take
a
some
back
stiff
scratcher,
brooms,
no.
because they can feel shit on their shell.
Okay.
So they go through, they wiggle around. It's very cute. What would I name the tortoise? Go ahead and ask me that.
What would you name it?
I don't know yet. If I ever get a Saint Bernard, though, his name will be Chugs. So there's that lined up.
Well, I think the fine for public intoxication for me would be $7,000.
Oh yeah, I forgot that we were even.
Yeah, I'm
doing
gonna say
this.
5.
All right, $10,000. What is the price?
Oh damn, dude, you were right in the beginning. It's only $1,000.
1,000.
God
Nice.
damn it! I should. You know
know
how
what?
deceiving that is, though, with the
I-
6 month thing. You know how fucked up that is.
I think we give it to Hunter because you were bang on. You were like 2K.
It seems like that makes sense, but as soon as you said 6 months, I'm like, they're saying that 6 months worth of your time is $2,000.
So
especially in California.
yeah,
of all places.
Dude, it's not that big of a deal. Just go to jail.
Radio Shack can continue without you.
Actually, that's why it makes sense in California. Like, oh, don't worry, Best Buy doesn't need you that bad. You'll be fine in here. Also, you're going to be doing tons of work for the state for 80 cents an hour.
All the people that are responsible get to pay for you in here, which is actually the coolest thing.
But hey, you're going to make back that $2,000 when you do all the unsubsidized work for the city. How about that? You're going to fight fires
You're
for
gonna
6
love it.
months.
Someone's lucky.
What do you mean? You don't want to take a 6-month vacation for the state and become a firefighter for free?
Free food?
Come on, you get to make friends.
I think I saw a snack pack in someone's cell over there.
If I went to jail and the state gave me a snack pack on my pillow, I would eat it and take a shit in the middle of the yard.
You know why you're upset right
Why?
now? He's so angry is because it wasn't a picture of a child. Because he's in prison because he's a pedophile.
What the fuck?
And Hunter's in prison for eating the kid.
He didn't even see it coming. I thought it was strange. He just gave up, officer. He was awake the whole time.
How much does it cost
chill.
to impregnate a cow via artificial insemination, according to thefarmprogress.com?
$6,400. Locking it in. Paid to be cute, $6,900.
What the fuck?
You going 6,900? I'm not even gonna foot. I'm gonna go 4,800.
I don't know. It probably varies a lot. I'm gonna go 10K.
Locked.
So I think that Hunter, your guess was more of the entire price. I think this might just be for the.
This is just confirming that your sensibilities are
Oh,
there. Hunter knows a
just for
thing
the
or two about
cum.
impregnating a cow.
I grew up on
Oh.
a farm, so I kind of know just a little bit. Did I do any of the work, the physical labor? Absolutely not. I went to a little thing called a liberal arts college, and I didn't get my little hands dirty, okay? Because I'm smart.
Well, knowing that Hunter is from the flyover state of
Missouri.
See, I don't even know where that is. My
It's
jets,
right in the center.
My jets never landed there, but like,
Oh, you've
Missouri.
never been there? That's cute. He called me one day when he's in Kansas City because I'm from there, and he's like, Hunter, hey, sorry to bother you. I know you must be busy or something, but is there anything cool to do in the city? Because it all looks so fun, but I don't know which one to choose. And I was like, I don't know, dude. Fend you for yourself. Aren't you like 35 years old? He's like, okay, dude. I'll talk to you later. Me and Dane Cook are going to go hang out.
Nah. No.
Have you met Dane Cook?
No, I haven't.
I would actually love to meet Dane Cook.
I am taking my extremely expensive private jet to Kansas City.
So you're a part of the problem then?
This year, yeah. NoelMillerLive.com. Go buy a ticket.
God
Come see
damn
me.
it.
I'll actually be going
Damn
there.
it, Noel.
In a
What the
Sprinter
fuck,
van.
man?
So I'm humble. I'm lying. The Sprinter van has like a jacuzzi in it and a bed. And it's only for me, and I'm making the rest of the crew walk. No, what I was gonna say is, Hunter has f***ed a cow before.
Oh, yeah, I did that.
Because you're from the Midwest?
Now you're probably wondering, but see, now you've planted a little seed, and I think that's cute. People are wondering how much my is worth. Well, you have to come and find out yourself.
Yeah, tell us how much cow is worth.
Okay.
We're just talking.
Oh my god.
Technician and possibly the labor.
I would say
it's like changing brakes.
I'm gonna say $580. It's gonna cost less than a PS5 to artificially inseminate a cow. Now, son, you can have the PS5, or you can watch old Betsy get, pregnant. Which one do you want? Daddy, I think I want to watch Betsy get pregnant.
That's my boy. I'm gonna go $325. Survey says the cost to impregnate a cow.
Way more.
$515.
What? Damn, really?
It was close, but your Midwest champion came through.
I just want everybody to know that just because you live in what some people like to call a boring state, a boring city, a place that's forgettable, you're what makes the country move, okay? So all the people who are working real blue-collar jobs right now, you're at work right now. I'm in a Los Angeles mansion, and you guys fund him, okay? So how he talks to you, battered housewife much, come over to my channel where you get to watch a real man, real blue-collar boy, make cartoons. Who works for his paycheck? This guy right here.
Well, everybody, I think this has been a riveting episode of The Price is Wrong. Hunter, congratulations. You are our winner today.
Thank you.
You can find Hunter. He's got all kinds of channels. You can find him at Meat Canyon. You can find him at Papa Meat.
Papa Meat.
You can see his face.
Wow.
His big old, disgusting, greasy face.
Dude. I actually usually...
Mikini is such a legend. Holy shit, he's so talented.
I don't know why, but I have a unibrow the majority of the time.
Yeah.
My wife is not happy with it. She usually has to pluck
Life
it.
is
Pretty
hard.
good image quality
Yeah.
for the videos that we do. So if you want to see a guy with a unibrow, you know where to find me. We're done with this. This video is done.
Thank you everyone for watching. We'll see you on the next one.
You.
And please come see me on tour.
I'm gonna be in Fairbanks, Alaska this week. You can catch me out there.
Dude, shut up. I'm doing my tour promo. Please come see me. Please come see me.
Why don't you buy some crack instead?
Please.
Money.
I didn't come here to play, now I came with a plan. I'm the star inside my circle, I'm the pentagram, whoa. Making sacrifices just to get the land, oh. I'm trying to see how fast that hurricane go. Eyes burning, no sleep, hustle is OD.
Okay. Oh, I'm excited for this too. Oh, that's gonna be good. Garrett, it's delightful. Okay. 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 I don't feel very good. My head hurts now. And my throat hurts. So I'm probably gonna take tomorrow off. Try to get better. Get good, I guess. Yes. So I will see you Saturday. Thank you for being here. I'll see you next time. Take care of yourself. Good night.
Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bridges fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash that it's all. Hey, yo, watch this. Got a foreign girl switching for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's on worship. You ain't learning. I be a new person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Get me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, cause I'm making it. Don't like me, well, I'm on the road. I speak, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new product, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the rim. Toss it all. Ashes, yeah, let it. I've been way better than before. And with my cash that it's all.
I took people's drop boxes. I was like, "Are you a conservative, ma'am?" And like an old lady would be like, "Yeah, I'm a conservative," and I would fucking